somebody join?
There should be somebody coming in.
And
They gave her they didn't want to give her stitches because
me enteré por una amiga from a reporter in Puerto Rico that there was a family
I joined right now.
was visiting.
But did you come on?
An Airbnb.
No? Okay, I'm logging out.
Apartamento que lo por 2 semanas,
Yeah.
pero que eran 6.
and she hit her eye, but she hit her arm, her face, and then threw it. I was told. My daughter knows how she is, so but
Oh, that was the last thing that I.
Oh, de empresa.
The developers, the association, everybody's gonna get me.
but that was after they glued her. You know, they yeah. Well, that was immediately after.
I didn't realize until they came down.
Hold on, cause let me see, cause she.
It makes it even more, you know. Salt air, salt.
Yeah, we tried, but she's not very.
I think that's what.
That was yesterday, so I see how it is already. It's more of like a. It turned more of a scratch. They do.
On there, group 2.
I mean, it looks bad there, but now it's. I'm sure there.
Okay.
Now it looks like a scratch more so. But
He said he. You want to leave it like that, and if I see him, I'll.
Yeah.
yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, that's on
It's bad.
speaker view too. So
I had that.
they'll switch
Oh my
to.
daughter.
To him. Okay.
Cool in here. That's why I.
Yeah.
I told her, she says, "Oh, I'll call you later." I said, "No,
Thank you.
need to call
Oye,
someone
when we
else.
did
I
that,
have a copy of
when we did
insurance."
that ethics training,
Yeah.
que yo estaba sentado ahí, yo tenía un frío. I was dying.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was bad.
Ya tengo sueño.
No, I don't. I think once I said I'm dangerous in it, that's about it.
She's supposed to be
Somebody could say like 3 sentences, and I'll pick out 3 words, and I'll say, okay, it's about something like this. Oh, sorry, you might be able to get up. You know, that's about the extent of it. I can't survive this conversation.
Is your wife enjoying the flowers?
Oh yeah,
They're pretty.
yeah. Thank you for those.
No, of course.
Councilman? Thank you. Great ideas.
Oh, thank you. Just
Okay.
trying to get us to think. Poder estar aquí en 2 años. Ni siquiera quiero ser uno. Right? It's just some ideas I put together. Open to all scrutiny.
Well, now you're
Where it happened, she was literally like right here, and my husband was right there.
inside your motorhome.
No, I mean,
Good. How are you feeling? Good. Oh, today's good. No. Oh, not great.
Okay, we're all here?
We are met.
Yes? Call the roll, please.
Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
Vice Mayor Best,
Present.
Councilwoman Bravo, present. Councilman Fahet,
Here.
Councilman Vasquez.
Here.
There's a quorum present.
Okay. All stand, please, for the invocation. Our Heavenly Father, we ask that you watch over us during this meeting, that you impart upon our council and our city staff the wisdom to judge and to analyze the topics that are before us, and the compassion to understand that we may not always agree on all issues, but we all share a common purpose in serving the best interest of our city. We also ask that you watch over the community of Surfside during this terrible tragedy. Our condolences to the community, to the families and friends of victims that were lost there, to the city elected officials and administrators and residents. We know that tragedy like this, that no community is immune from an unexpected, unprecedented tragedy like this. And we offer our condolences and our assistances. We have offered our assistance to the town of Surfside in any way that we can help. Amen. Do we have someone doing the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, we'll all share in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
They decided.
Okay, welcome everyone. Our first item is awards and presentations, and we have the Yard of the Month Award. I don't believe that the recipient of the Yard of the Month Award is here, but let me just call out their name just in case. Erica, you have that?
I have.
Okay. The Yard of the Month, for those of you that are not aware, is a responsibility of our Parks Board, and they choose, the Parks Board works very diligently every month to travel around Miami Springs and note beautiful yards throughout our community and select one as the Yard of the Month. So for this month, for the month of July, the Yard of the Month Award goes to Idelma Reyes at 189 Morningside Drive. Is Ms. Reyes here? I think she had told our city staff that she wouldn't be able to attend. Okay, well, we will mail this to her, and just want to offer my appreciation, I'm sure on behalf of the council, for beautifying our community. Okay, the next agenda item is the open forum, and I have several people signed up to speak. I'd like to ask that, I'd like to remind everyone that the purpose of the open forum is for persons who wish to speak to have an opportunity to address all of the council uniformly at one time, and also to be recorded as part of the agenda of the minutes of this meeting. However, because it's not an agenda item, whatever you speak on, we will not be responding to you. So this is a very one-way type of conversation, just so you don't feel that if we're just staring at you, that it's because we don't care about what you're saying. We are noting what you're saying. And after the meeting, you are more than welcome to speak to our city staff, to our city manager, assistant city manager, or city clerk, or city attorney, and get more information about how to further pursue your concern. So I'd also like to ask everyone who speaks, in the interest of being considerate of others that are following you and our agenda that we have to proceed with, to limit your whatever you say to 3 minutes, please. Okay. So let's see. The first person on open forum is Susan Hempstead. Welcome.
I'm Susan Hempstead. I reside at 924 Swan Avenue. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
I did see the council meeting regarding Dan Jr. and the expansion of the TGK facility. It's my understanding that he's going to come back again, and hopefully everything will be built way west. I'm hoping. Because safety is always first. It is on?
Yeah.
Okay. I do believe that TGK or a facility of that nature should not be around residential areas, period, just for the safety of the residents and all concerned. On June 17th, a carjacking occurred right there on 36th Street in the corner of Chevron. This happens to have been an individual who was just recently released from TGK, and he hijacked a occupied vehicle. So it doesn't matter how many times, once is too much. I also wanted to talk on the fact, Maria, when we spoke, my yard, you told me that you were going to try to make our community as safe as possible. But now you're talking like it's a cocoon. I don't feel it's very important. For you, I feel it's important that everybody has a say in what's going on here. I didn't want a lot of things to happen downtown, and look where we are downtown. The fact that we're opening up pedestrian bridge across here in our beautiful Sunset Triangle, I think is going to be a very bad idea. It's only going to welcome, I would consider a homeless camp and Santeria discardings is what's going to happen there. I don't think anybody's going to use it. I think it's going to be the detriment of our beautiful city and it opening up right into our elite community with the right there on South Royal Poinciana. I don't feel is a good idea. I reject that. I reject the pedestrian crossing and I reject the TGK expansion. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker at Public Forum is my glasses. Maria Maluska. How do you pronounce your name? How do you pronounce your last name? Maklusak.
I had to learn how to pronounce it. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
The map of Miami Springs crime incidents cluster into 3 areas: 36th Street, the Circle Bridge, and to a lesser extent, the northwest corner where people can walk into Miami Springs from Medley and Hialeah. I'm speaking on the pedestrian bridge. There's one thing they have in common: pedestrian access to Miami Springs. Nestor Suarez, who authors MiamiSprings.com, wrote an article on the pedestrian bridge on December 13th, 2019. He quoted, "The bridge will allow a criminal element to walk into Miami Springs, commit some crimes, and easily get out. That's true. It's a known fact that criminals do enter Miami Springs from the northwest corner of the city, either via Medley or the train tracks. However, adding this pedestrian link doesn't change the criminal's ability to enter or exit the city." End quote. Nestor is correct. So why, under the pretext of, quote, convenience of residents to use Metro Rail, are we facilitating greater criminal access to Miami Springs? Have we forgotten that our neighbor Medley is around the corner from TGK, the home of 1,300 criminals? Criminals that get released on the street every day, 3 times a day? On June 17th, an inmate was released and allegedly carjacked an occupied vehicle at the Chevron on Curtis Parkway and 36th Street. The passenger was strong-armed robbed by the inmate. This just happened on June 17th. They are still looking for him. The mayor of VG is irate that this happened. What about our city council and mayor? How many other occurrences have happened? Do we really need to provide this criminal element and the criminal element from Hialeah easier access to Miami Springs? We average over 400 crimes a year and want to give a proven criminal element easier access? This idea is foolish and justified solely for the convenience of a handful of residents and politicians. It's ridiculous. I read that the pedestrian bridge approved in 2019 is a done deal, and Maria Mitchell is vehement that this cannot be re-legislated. Did anyone ask the residents of Miami Springs if they were okay with this bridge? Who on our city council voted on this? Jackie Bravo told me she wanted to look into the crime factor in our city. This was before she was elected, when the Doug Orr employee was assaulted with a pistol on Ludlam Drive while walking on his lunch hour. They too got away. They're still looking for him. This bridge will increase the criminal element in our city. Think about what this bridge is really going to provide. I don't know about you, but the convenience isn't worth it as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Pamela Canary.
Good evening, Mayor Mitchell, Councilwoman, Councilman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
There have been a few things that I was surprised to hear about since I had no knowledge of such projects, which is the elevated overpass bridge by the railroad tracks on Ludlam and North Royal Ponciana. I actually got to read about it. We have already so many problems regarding the homeless people that move under the bridge and make it their home. Now just imagine what they would do with two bridges to call home. They'd have their own little condo city underneath. We have already had so many problems from the homeless, including one that was found dead. So much drug use, which I have personally witnessed. I have called the police on several occasions, from drug use to also witnessing them passing down under the bridge 6 bicycles, by the way, brand new bicycles, at one time. And sadly, many of us Miami Springs residents who drive by the railroad tracks daily, we always encounter dead animals, whether it's dead ducks, chickens, iguanas, and even goats. This pedestrian bridge will only welcome more of the Santeria rituals because this bridge will connect to the Metro Rail, which is directly across the street is a Santero store on Okeechobee, as well as a strip club. And the hotels/motels, which are hourly, are used mainly for prostitution and drug use. I see this bridge as no advantage for our Miami Springs residents, nor do I see it as a positive impact for our community. It will only bring trouble to our beautiful city. Our residents that use Metro Rail will not walk over to the station. 90% of us will get a ride, drive ourselves, or Uber. As a Miami Springs resident for close to 35 years, I would be terrified to walk over that bridge, not knowing what individual is under that bridge, or if they are under the influence of narcotics or alcohol and could actually come up from under that bridge to rob, rape, or even kill someone. We never know how people act when they're under the influence of narcotics. This pedestrian bridge will not in any way benefit our residents. The only ones that will benefit are the homeless, the drug users, and the thieves that will steal from the bird section and have an easy getaway across that pathway. Why is this so necessary when we have so many residents against this? We are asking our mayor and our council people to please listen to the people who elected you to do better for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have Neil Spangler. Hi.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
I also wanted to speak about the pedestrian bridge. For me, it's strictly a safety issue. We already have numerous bridges in and out of Springs. We have a great police department, but they're stretched thin with the crime on 36th Street and the other bridges coming in. We have the license plate readers to catch criminals coming into the city, and now we're giving them another access to come in. It seems like it's already a done deal, but if there's anything we can do to stop this or change it, or perhaps even install cameras or some type of security monitoring system, I think that's what we need to look into, because why give our cops another challenge? They already have so many challenges to deal with, and I think we're giving them another one. Where are people going to park for this bridge? In Sunset Park? So now we're going to have added traffic, parking, another element for the police to protect the cars from break-ins, from people that, like Pamela was saying, are living under the bridge. I just don't see where it's necessary. You can walk a block west, come across 12th Avenue and come back. So we're putting a pedestrian bridge basically for a 1 block walk to save that. It just doesn't seem necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that ends our public forum, and our next agenda item is approval of the council minutes. Accept the motion.
Through the chair, motion to move.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best,
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Agenda item number 7 is reports from boards and commissions, and we have none at this time. Agenda item number 8 is a public hearing, and we have 2 persons signed up to speak on that. So we'll call them up first. I should call them up first, right? Heidi, or should
Let's
we?
read the title of the
Okay,
ordinance
sorry,
first.
okay.
So this is an ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, dissolving the Code Review Board, the Memorial Committee, and the Golf and Country Club Advisory Board by repealing Articles 3, 4, and 14 of Chapter 32, Boards, Commissions, Committees of the City's Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor and Council, this is an ordinance on second reading. I think we discussed it extensively on first reading. It is a public hearing, so we'll hear from the public this evening. And if you have any questions on the ordinance, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Let's see, first on that would like to speak on this agenda item is Ralph Kropp. This opens the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Mitchell, council members. My name is Ralph Kropp, 1010 Redbird in Miami Springs, Avenue, Miami Springs. I'm here to speak, and I don't know if I can do. It's actually 2 things I'm going to speak on. I would like to speak on. So
You want to speak on the agenda item 11A?
yeah,
It's
it'll
up
take
to you if you'd like to combine them, or you can speak again on 11A, whatever. I'll let you.
I want to do it in one shot if that's possible.
Is that all right, Heidi?
Do it at 11A. Okay, very good. I can do that.
The second one you're saying.
All right.
Okay.
They're kind of interrelated. That's why I was, going in that direction. Anyway, I am here to speak against the action of June 14th, the minutes that were just read on 8A. I believe it was the removal of the committees of the Memorial Committee, the Code Review and the Golf Club and Country Club Committee. And the reason I do that is I'm saying that is because I believe I've heard rumors and talking to people, and that the one of the reasons that were used for or cited was that that they haven't gone to these meetings and everything. And I want to refresh everybody. I'm sure you all know we've been out of business for about over a year. So I think that they should be given a little bit of an opportunity to start working back into things over here, and they've done some good things in the past. The golf course committee, for instance, they've mediated some things within that you guys even haven't heard of here. They play golf all the time. They're part and parcel of the community and part and parcel of the golf course too. They've been there for quite a few years, a lot of these folks. Now, they serve at the behest of the council, as do all these committee members. They all do. And if you look at on the city's website, we're talking about when the council calls a meeting. For instance, I believe it's the Memorial Committee. Let me put my glasses on here. The Memorial Committee. They have the pastors, the Historical Preservation Board, and Recreation. They know the government. They know how the city works. They know who is a good person, if you would, or a person who would be civically minded to the point where we can make a memorial such as the clock on the circle. Now, these are the people who have something to do with this. They know the people. The Golf and Country Club, the same thing. They know that they set up the irrigation system in there, and we're part and parcel of putting in new turf in there. So they know the folks. They listen to everybody when they come in there, the other golfers. And the Code Review Board, it's at the direction of the council. I would like to see that we step back from this a little bit. and give maybe the council could give some direction to the folks that would do that are on these councils that you want to eliminate. And the reason I say 11 is because we've got too many councils here or too many boards, and we're establishing a nuisance board, which is a nuisance in my opinion. But it's just one of those things that maybe we should not move as fast, because there are issues at the golf course. There are issues with the monuments, and there's people here who do good work that should be recognized. I'm not saying that you don't have your finger on the pulse, but you don't know everything. We're humans. We're all subject to things that go wrong. But I urge the council, please, to fall back on this and maybe table it to another meeting or a few months down the road to see how everything goes and see how you feel after that, and let these folks do what they do best, that they've been giving us many years of service. There are term limitations on some of these. And I've looked through all the boards. We got 14 of them, I think. So I'm sure you know more than that. Anyway, I would like to see that the council kind of humanize that. And I'll speak on 11A later.
11A, yes.
I thank you very much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, next to speak on this agenda item is Bill Talman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Bill Tallman, 901 Falcon Avenue. I, like Mr. Kropp, just rising to speak and ask you to pause and reconsider the motion before you. It's been my pleasure on and off over the last 10 years to serve on the Zoning and Planning Board and the Board of Adjustment. And it's an opportunity to serve the community in a way other than serving on the council. And I think we have at least one member up here who's a former member of one of the advisory boards, that demonstrating that it's a stepping stone to greater service. We need more opportunities like our advisory boards, not fewer. We need more people to have the opportunity to step up and to get engaged and to participate in the government of our community. I guess, like Mr. Kropp, it seems the only argument that I've heard in favor of abolishing these advisory boards is that they haven't done anything for us recently. And, as leaders, the greatest power that you all have is the power to ask for help. And so if these boards haven't been active, it raises the question, have we not asked them to be active? Have we not encouraged them to get engaged? And if the answer to that is no, that we have not, well, then this, as we're coming out of the pandemic, is an opportunity for us to renew focus. And if it's an issue of the people who are currently serving on those boards maybe needing to take a break and get other people involved, then we should absolutely do that. But we're coming back from COVID and people are actually having the opportunity to meet again. This is the opportunity to get those people together and get them to meet and say, we haven't heard from you in a while. Let's get back to work. I could go on, but that's really it. We need more opportunities like this, not fewer. And if we haven't had activity from these boards, well, let's ask them to step up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that ends the public hearing on agenda item 8A. And now we'll go to the consent agenda item 9.
We have to vote.
Did I miss the minutes?
No, we need to
a motion.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad somebody knows.
If somebody wants to come out of the bullpen and make a motion, we can
I'm
go
sorry,
there.
we do
first.
need a motion. Let's accept the motion on agenda item 8A.
Motion to move.
Second.
Discussion?
For discussion through the chair. I'd like to thank those residents that I've had the opportunity to speak to over the past 2 weeks, particularly the last week on this very agenda item. We certainly thank Mr. Kropp and Mr. Tallman for being here tonight to speak in favor of the denial of this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, as Bill Tallman alluded to, an appeal to reason. You are all citizens of this town, and you have every right to know what's going on. We, as members that supposedly represent you, also have to have in some small way a responsibility in that area. One of the ways that we can exercise that responsibility is by learning. One of our avenues for learning as council persons is through the boards, the advisory boards, the various disciplines that these boards offer to you. And there, as was mentioned earlier, several of them, 12 to 14 to be exact. They range all the way from like I like to call the blue ribbon boards, like adjustment, zoning and planning, code compliance, recreation to an extent, in my view, golf and country club, and others. And they're all relative to specificity. They all speak to exactly what the board, what its function is for. And that is to look at things, not only to look at how the administration conducts their business, but how we conduct our business. What you see out there and you bring to these boards as you bring to us. But again, as an element to further educate us, these boards, in my personal opinion, are very valuable. Rather than eliminate these boards, we should be, as I've said twice in meetings publicly up here, supporting them rather than eliminating them. The biggest argument I've heard for eliminating them is, well, they don't meet. Well, they don't meet because we don't give them anything to talk about. There are two members up here that, which are pushing this item, I might add, who have probably never even been to a board meeting. I don't know that for a fact, I'm guessing. Or know who the liaisons and the various members of council are to each of these boards. That's another very important aspect. You know, I had to go home and read this a little bit this week about the French Revolution and the causes of it. It's very pertinent to this issue, eliminating people. I almost look at this as like is this an aberration? Is it an anomaly? Or is it just poor policy to push this? It's one of three. I think you can eliminate the first two. This is being looked at upside down rather than right side up. It is a depletion of council assets, and I think it is deplorable if this passes tonight. It's a denial of resident participation in specific disciplines, as I've stated, and it's certainly a loss to us of fact-finding resources. If you eliminate these boards, do you think in their right mind, as was mentioned 2 meetings ago, that, oh, we'll just form an ad hoc committee and reform them? You think they're going to be interested? I grossly doubt it. Totally doubt it. Take the wind out of their sails. I would propose this, rather than eliminating these boards tonight. I would propose that those that have not appointed their member quotas on these boards do so without fail. Secondly, that we furnish them some agenda items to work with. They can add to it if they so desire. Thirdly, that we require the clerk to schedule some meetings. And she very conveniently this evening gave us all that information we all have right in front of us of when they meet, what day they meet, who the liaison is, et cetera, et cetera. Fourthly, let's take a look at the work that staff does at the city clerk's office and read the minutes of these meetings. There's a lot of good information, awful lot of good information that we use. I use. I'm certain several of you do too. Let's use this information. And finally, let's make this go away tonight. Let's let this happen for a period of 6 months. That's all I'm asking for these 3 particular boards with reason. And I've already stated what the reasons are in previous meetings. I don't have to reiterate. And let's take a look for positive input and action on the part of these committees and take it from there. That would be my proposal for discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else?
Yes, through the chair. In addition to what my colleague from Group 1, Bob Best, has mentioned, and I'm no Jacobin, but I do understand the analogy. I'm a historian. It's I've only been in council a couple of months, and my thinking about the boards has been evolving as we're trying to figure out. And I remember the first discussion we had about eliminating these three particular boards. And in fact, I'm going to be speaking later on in the agenda about ways in which the city council should have the kind of relationship that's being talked about here, right? The symbiotic relationship. And so I think that there are some things that city council hasn't done. There was COVID, and so for good reason, 14 months or so of inactivity or limited activity. The way I look at the boards is that we have something like 150 volunteers in this city, more or less, right, Mr. Alonso? When you look at all the board compositions, it's a good chunk of people, good folks who have given up their time to volunteer to be on these boards. And I've had conversations with numerous folks who have been on the boards and are currently on the boards. And I think we can agree that there has been a certain amount of disconnect between the city council and the boards. Even though those minutes exist, and Bob is correct, and you can read them, but sort of that ongoing connection, which I believe someone says provides the guidance to boards, and also, I might add, as Bob has pointed out, provides guidance for the city council, right, to get this information. So I would ask that this be reconsidered. I think that the time frame that the councilman is talking about, along with the discussion that we're going to be having later on tonight about how to implement guidelines. And this is by the way, I'm not casting anything on any boards or board members or the city staff that provides support for them. The fact of the matter is that there has been a sort of up and down in terms of participation, and we've discussed a little bit why that is. And I think these issues can be remedied with some clear guidelines on how to go about to help to manage these boards, because after all, it's the responsibility of the city council. And of course, with the support of the staff, which back up the boards and the work that they do. And give us a little time to review this in light of some clearer guidelines and direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else?
Sure, I'd like to speak. So I've been on the council since August, right? And my colleagues in group 2 and 4 have been here probably about 2-3 months. My understanding is that the previous council had attempted to do exactly that. These things are being proposed with these committees. So I'd like to defer to people who are here prior to us. Would somebody like to speak to what was attempted before?
If I might, through the chair.
Yes.
I guess, do I fit in that category?
Yes.
You were here. Yeah, you were here before us. So.
Way
No, thank you.
before any of us.
Thank you, thank you, Councilman Fett, for the opportunity. Yes, certainly action was taken. And the action that was taken is because of the lack of consistent meetings relative to the schedule that you have in front of you right now that the clerk kindly gave us today. It was determined that several of the boards, you can read it yourself, that several of the boards meet. For instance, we'll just run the list here. The Board of Adjustment, first Monday of the month, every 7 p.m. Agricultural or Architectural Review Board, quarterly. Civil Service Board, as needed. Code Enforcement Board, first Tuesday. Code Review Board, quarterly. Disability Advisory Board, I think they've met once since I've been up here, ever. But that's due to circumstance too, obviously. The Ecology Board, quarterly. The Education Advisory Board, quarterly. The Golf and Country The Golf and Country Advisory Board, quarterly. Historic Preservation, the third Wednesday. Memorial Committee, as needed. I think the last time they convened was the Geiger Memorial, the Marine Memorial, if I'm not mistaken.
2013.
Yeah. Board Parks and Parkways, quarterly. And Recreation Commission, quarterly. So you can see that all the ones that I mentioned that were quarterly were the action taken by the previous vote of this body to make it a little more manageable for the city clerk staff. So as it sits right now, it's fine. Have they met quarterly?
No.
The answer is no, they have not. Why? Well, for the last 16 months, I can tell you why.
Right.
But prior to that, okay, say 16 months before that, because some boards you say for 3 years, right? So they haven't met for 3. Whose fault was that? Probably I was part of the fault because I wasn't giving them anything to look at. Should I have been? Absolutely. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm raising my hand relative to sins that have been committed up here. These are good people. You can't just eliminate good people for lack of reason. And that's my whole point here. And that, anyway, that's enough on the matter because I think I just answered your question.
Councilwoman, okay. All right.
I still, I don't know if you wanted to
Yes,
answer
I
that
do.
question or if I could do if.
Well, let me just give you.
Because I wanted to answer that. I wanted to get an answer for that question first. And then I
Okay.
was going to speak, but you can go ahead and give your.
All right, let me
Sure. Thank you.
give you my knowledge of being on the boarding, and the vice mayor has been on the council a lot longer than I have. He's currently serving his second,
15th year.
right, is it 15 years? My goodness, okay. When I was first elected to the council in 2017, one of the first things for the audience, one of the first things that you're asked to do is you're given the list of all the boards and told to appoint persons to the board. And when I looked, we have a lot of boards. We have several city boards that are very active. They meet monthly, regularly. They have a lot of work to do. We're very appreciative of the work they do. Let's see, the Educational Advisory Board, the Ecology Board, the Board of Parks, the Code Enforcement Board, the Board of Adjustments, the which is the Planning Board? Is that the Board of Adjustment?
Zoning. Yeah, zoning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we have numerous city boards that meet regularly, that have work that they need to do, and that they do it and they supply it to us. And we're very appreciative of this. And that's the majority of the city boards. I think we had 16 boards. Out of those, there were about 4 that when I was looking at to who appoint, I was trying to find out who was in the count on it before. It turns out these boards hadn't met in like 5 years from 2017 or more. So I asked, why would I appoint someone to a board and say, I'd like to appoint you to the Golf and Country Club board, but by the way, they haven't met in several years, and but I'd like you to be on it. It's kind of, if you really want to tap, and I'm a very strong proponent, I think everyone knows that, of tapping into the professional expertise of our community. We have a wealth of professionals here that are willing to assist us, to provide their input, and we do tap into them all the time. I know I call a lot of them to ask them on, their input on certain issues. Why would we disrespect someone who is willing to serve on the board and tie up their ability to serve on the board? Because if you serve on a board, you're not able to, because of our code, to serve on another board. So that's it. So we're pegging you in this position of a board that doesn't meet, hasn't met in years, when we could utilize you for something else, for another purpose. So because of that meeting in 2017, when I was asking these questions, we had a workshop, a board's workshop in 2017. I think it was in June. And the whole purpose of that was we reviewed every single board. We asked the current board members to come to the meetings to tell us about it. What we heard repeatedly was from this few handful of, we're talking about 3 boards right now, is that no, they didn't even come to the meeting actually, because they hadn't been meeting. And so what we decided at that
Mayor,
meeting,
when was this?
2017,
Okay.
in probably June, I'm thinking. I don't know. It was shortly after the election, because I was wondering, I felt ridiculous appointing people to a board and, and asking them, obviously I thought highly of them if I want them to be on a board, but if I'm asking them to, by the way, we're not going to really ask anything of you, then, I really strongly believe that in all government, county, city, state, whatever, if we say we're going to do something, let's really do it. Let's make it meaningful. It's very discouraging to residents when we say, it looks really nice on our website or whatever, we have this, and this, but if we're not really doing that, then let's clarify this. And this is a constant housekeeping issue, like in your own home, especially when we have councils where, every 2 years we're switching. So anyway, in 2017, we, as a result of that board's workshop, which was a workshop and it lasted several hours to only discuss the boards, we agreed that we would ask all the boards to meet at least once a year. That didn't apply to the boards that were meeting regularly because they were already meeting. But for the boards that hadn't met in years, that they would meet once a year. And after that, they would have a meeting. And after that, they would meet at a minimum of quarterly so that they get to know each other, that they're familiar with each other, that they discuss. They have the ability to bring up ideas, to say, I would like to discuss this at a board meeting and have their own input. And that we as council, when we had issues, we would pass them on to them. This didn't happen with these boards. They met once, and that's why you'll see on here that these boards met in 2017. They didn't meet again because there was no reason for them to meet. They were not interested in meeting again. They didn't feel that. We've had several issues since then that I think could have been directed to the board, which the council didn't want to. And I'll specifically say with the Architectural Review Board, and I think I've mentioned this before, when we were reviewing the town center, where the theater property is and the development on that, I specifically requested the council that we should pass this on to the Architectural Review Board. I said, this is exactly what, in my opinion, the Architectural Review Board would be set up for. I passed a motion. No one seconded the motion. No one wanted to pass it through the Architectural Review Board because they hadn't met in so long, because it's going to take so long, because we, for whatever reason, the bottom line is we didn't utilize them for that at all. So there again, we're telling members you're on the Architectural Review Board, but something as important as this project, it's too time consuming for you to get together and for us to wait for you to meet and, and agree on something. So I want to clarify that we are very, very, very appreciative of the many boards that we have on the city that work continuously, that get together, that provide us with a wealth of input, of advice. They're advisory boards, but they certainly help us sift through a lot of information and provide their recommendations so that we can make sound judgment and votes up here. And that we're by no means talking about those boards that are working. But like everything else, there are things that no longer, for whatever reason they were created, are no longer serving their purpose, are no longer utilized. And so what we're talking about is getting rid of some boards that, even though we gave the opportunity 4 years ago, and the pandemic applies to all these boards. So that is a zero. That's negates, because all the boards were in the same situation. We're talking as far back as 2017, and that was just the one meeting. And what is it, some of them? 1985, some boards.
1997.
And so it's not that they weren't created for a purpose. It's that evidently, and I don't know necessarily what the specifics were, but evidently that purpose has passed. It also, by eliminating some boards that are not working, that we shouldn't be saying we have when they're not functioning. I know not that long ago on our website, and I don't know if it's still there, the Architectural Review Board, it says we meet every second Tuesday of the month. Please come by and join us. Haven't met in, in 4 years. So what we are doing is allowing the ability for us to create new boards to address current issues. The same reason that those boards were created in the past that are not meeting anymore. There are current issues that we really could utilize the wealth, the expertise, the willingness of our residents to serve on boards that address current issues. And there are 2 boards that we're considering tonight for that very purpose, that are something that yes, we're creating new boards, but it's because they're dealing with current issues that are really important to us, to our community, and to the council right now. So I hope that explains that by no means are we disrespecting the people that serve on this board. I think we're respecting them and allowing them to, to us the opportunity to appoint them to something where their input is really valued and useful.
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor. I would respectfully disagree that the Golf and Country Club Board is non-useful. I can tell you and probably write down a number of things that they have been right on top of their game in terms of advising the administration and the city council over the years relative to the operation of the golf course, and certainly the other side of it, the country club.
Councilman, that was at what, 5 years ago, more? 6, 7 years ago that they last met? Do we have that?
Ever since, okay, you want to use the timeline for your decision, that's fine. I don't think it's warranted to use a timeline. I think it's something we have in place, and just because we're not using it, why stick our heads in the sand and eliminate it? It's not logical to me.
Through the chair. I agree with you with the Architectural Review Board. For the town center, it didn't go through one of our boards, and that's where we got the 110% variance approved for those units. So boards do work, but if we don't use them, there's no point to it. As far as the Golf and Country Club, this board opened up in 1997, and since then they've had 23 meetings. That's less than one meeting a year. We're not saying we don't want to use our residents' input, but we want targeted task force, targeted committees that can execute projects on demand. Because if we just have open boards and they're just sitting there and then once it's done, I don't think these board members are going to come back. Just like Bill and Beth said, we have to assign, or as things come up. So let's assign when the project is fresh, when it's in heat, because if not, it's just, there's no point. I've also, well, not me personally, but I've heard through, our director at the Golf and Country Club, he's on board with it. I want to work more directly with our department heads to see what they need, what their council needs. They always come here, and when there's something needed, they voice their opinions. When residents would like to maybe see something at the Golf and Country Club, they come and they voice it as well. We're not eliminating voices. We're eliminating excessive use for no reason. I don't know how I would come and give a board member homework when I don't even know what's going on. I would have to talk to my department head, or the department head would have to be talking to the board members to see what it is that they need. If we can hear, they're there. Our directors are there for a reason. Our department heads are there for a reason. And I think that should be the first voice, together with their the people that they work with their colleagues. And if they feel the need that there's a project that they need to execute and it's just too much to bear, let's go ahead and put a committee together and get our residents involved, and then we'll go ahead and we'll execute plan there. But just to have open boards, just to say we have open boards, I did my homework. I went online and I went to our website, and a lot of the purpose for these boards, they're dated or they're to a specific project. It shouldn't be to a specific project. If anything, it should just be a generalization of what that board is intended to do. So if you're opening boards for intended projects, and it seems a little bit biased to me, a board is to serve across the board.
Through the chair, Councilwoman Bravo, are you aware that the boards also surveil the administration?
I'm sorry?
These boards also surveil the administration in their conduction of their duties. Not just what's going on at the golf course and how people are playing golf and eating dinner and having drinks, but surveilling how the administration runs it, as well as reporting to us. That's the function of a board, not just to look at the activity that they're responsible for relative to the board.
So what do the directors do? What do the department heads do?
They're responsible for the activity. The boards, the advisory boards, surveil them as well as the rest of the activity, the actual thing that's going on, such as
Councilman Best, I just want to clarify, we're not talking about I think we're speaking
No, no, no,
parallel
no, no.
lines.
I-
One is the purpose of the boards, which are very, again, I want to reiterate, I think everyone here appreciates the numerous boards, the many boards that we have that are currently very active and have been for years. What we're talking about again is the boards that haven't been active for years and that apparently there is no use for right now, or they would be meeting, because my understanding in speaking with our city attorney is in other municipalities the boards generate their own generate their own agenda items also when they meet, right? And they and that doesn't seem to happen when we ask them to meet, and we're not giving them work. So there's like two factors here with all these boards. That one of them is when they get together, they think up ideas that that they would, projects that they would like to pursue, recommendations that they would like to make to the council, and the other one is work that is part of the board that we pass on, and neither thing seems to be has happened, even when we've asked them, these few boards, to get together. But again, if a board doesn't exist, if it's not meeting, other than on paper, it's not there. And it might look nice to have a name on paper, but the purpose of these boards is not to have the name on paper or to say that you're on the board. It's actually to be providing input to the council.
I might also add through the chair that one of the reasons that a lot of these boards haven't met over the years is because a lot of members up here over the past several councils have not appointed anybody, so they don't even have a quorum. That's another issue. They don't even have a quorum.
I think with that is as memberships run out and the
They have to be
board
reappointed.
hasn't met in 3 and 4 years. Again, it's we have to decide. We have a limited number of residents that are willing to provide their professional expertise, their time, their service to the city, which is extremely important. And if we're going to appoint someone to a board, I think we all have to use that judgment wisely. I do want to, and I'm sorry.
I said I certainly have done my fair share in making sure that my appointments are in place for all the time I've been up here. Many have not. I can tell you that for a fact, and the clerk can research it and prove me right.
I think the memorial board, I know you've been working with the Legion on, that would have been a great project to put onto
Yeah,
the
but
memorial.
it's not ready yet,
board.
and here we are about to eliminate the memorial committee.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but that
Yeah.
would have been something that's
Just
been
leave it.
in
Just leave it alone.
for
That's my
a
point.
year.
Mayor, I have a
Hasn't been.
question.
Yes.
And then I'll get to my discussion, but I keep coming up with questions. I've heard last meeting and this meeting, Councilman Bessa said something to the fact of oversight. I just want clarification. Is the Golf and Country Club Advisory Board responsible for oversight over Paul Odell and his shop?
If I can answer,
Please.
that was part of the remarks that I was going to make.
Please.
And I think it's a point of an important point of clarification. So there's 3 things. So in the ordinance before you, you have a copy of the existing ordinance that you would be eliminating, or various code provisions rather. Among those are listed the duties of all 3 of these boards. And I do want to make clear that there's no provision in the Golf and Country Club board or any of the other boards that provides that there's review of the administration. That is something, frankly, that's within the city manager's role as well as council's role through the manager. The duties and responsibilities of that board are listed. In fact, this board has very specific duties and responsibilities that aren't found with some of the other boards. They do act as an advisory board to the council in all matters relating to the Golf and Country Club. They do make recommendations on the operation, maintenance, and future development, etc. So I just want to clarify that it's not an exact overview of the I think the wording may have caused some confusion among council and maybe the public. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, because if there's policy issues, then certainly they would have the ability to come to one of us, whoever the appointment of that individual was, and indicate that there's a concern.
I want to make sure that from the perspective of who oversees the actual employees at the Golf and Country Club, ultimately that
It's
lies
the
with
city manager. That's
so
correct.
I think there was just the way it was presented.
But the various
cross
directors of the departments, recreation, golf and country club, the golf side, the country club side, building and zoning, all of this, all of the different things. I mean, have managers that run various departments that ultimately report to the manager.
Absolutely.
But if they're not doing, if things are going wrong, we have another outlet to make that determination as opposed to our own thinking or what we hear on the street from residents.
I think you can certainly hear from the residents on
Which
those things,
we all
whether
do.
there's a board or not, frankly.
Right.
Right.
It's just a little more, it makes government look a little better,
A few other things that I wanted to just clarify while I have the mic. Mayor, you mentioned that how other cities administer their boards. As you know, I serve in a lot of cities, so I see how things are done in many different ways, good and bad. And I see that in other cities, a lot of times, yes, the councils, the elected body will direct certain boards to study certain things, the same way we did recently with the Economic and Business Development Task Force. You had a specific task for them to do, and you gave them a time frame in which to do it. What I find with other cities that do that, as well as having standing boards like this, those standing boards are very active, and the members of those boards are not ever asked, at least not in public meetings in general. They're not asked to do certain things, but they actually bring their ideas to the council. And during the city agendas, during the city meetings, we actually have a portion of our agenda that calls, actually it's item right before this one, reports from boards and commissions. And I think as long as I've been sitting up here, it continues to say none for the most part. But oftentimes in other cities, the chairperson or the board will actually ask the city clerk's office or the manager or the council to present during that portion. And sometimes they do it because they have that initiative. I'm not saying that that initiative doesn't exist here. Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying, but it's brought not as an initiative of council, but rather as an initiative of the boards. In addition, other cities, and I've talked to a few of you about this, other cities have a requirement that the board present on an annual basis at a minimum to the council. And so they are on a rotating basis every June. The Education Advisory Board presents to council. And that's not to say that they can't present at other times, but that's the date certain. They know that every June, at the first meeting in June, they're going to come and present. So those are just food for thought, just to know how some other places do it. In addition to that, I did want to clarify, someone mentioned that there's a concern of having members serve on more than one board. There isn't a hard and fast universal rule in our code that prevents, and I know I had sort of addressed this at a prior meeting. There's not a universal rule in the code that prohibits appointments to more than one board. Rather, there are specific code provisions related to certain boards that prevent service on more than one board. So for example, the Recreation Committee, the Board of Parks and Parkways, and the Ecology Board all have a provision that provide that no board member shall serve on any other board or commission of the city while holding office on one of those boards. So if you're on any of those three boards, you can't serve on another board. So those were the 3 points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Heidi. And one thing that I did want to mention, I think works really well for the city in the time that I've been on here, is when we have specific issues, and I'll bring the example up again of art in public places. When we needed to select the art in public places for the senior center, we created a committee. Each council member appointed someone. Their purpose was to be the selection committee for that. They studied it on their own. We were not involved. At the end of the time period, they had a certain amount of time. They worked with city staff on that, and they presented their recommendations to the city as to the artist they wanted, the artwork that they want, recommended, and we voted on it, and we had the ability to vote or accept the recommendation or not. It works really well. It's not to say that we, these types of committees, when something comes up, if it's not something that's an ongoing issue, that the committee has a reason to continue to meet on a regular basis, we always have the ability to create a committee to deal with a certain issue that we would like input from the residents. And I think that works really well a lot of times because it's very to the point. We're appointing someone that we think would work well on this specific issue that we need to deal with. We know that they're available. We've talked to them, and within 30 days or so, they start meeting. Is there any other discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to make my comments now. Thank you for answering the questions. Before I was on the council, I served on a board, and it had been an open position for a while, and I had to basically kind of lobby because this board had to do with what I do during the day. Right. And so I kind of had to lobby that council member to put me on and to fill that position because I know that meetings weren't happening because there weren't enough people on the board. So I volunteered to be on the board. I served on the board. I noticed that board didn't meet when they had scheduled this year, I believe, because I don't think I had to resign that position when I got on the council, and I think that board position hasn't been filled yet. Since I've been on the council, I've appointed somebody to a board that there was an opening. I appreciate the sentiment of Councilman Best, and I think that these blanket statements, I think we're kind of being too broad in talking about like we're eliminating people. It makes it sound like we're sending people before a firing squad. We're not eliminating people. We're sunsetting some boards that haven't met. And it just specifically, the Code Review Board, it's my understanding from all the debating we've done about this is that this is something that is very complicated and much better done if the city attorney works with an outside consultant, because that's how other cities have done it, so that we could be more strategic about how we review things in the code, which obviously needs to get done. The Memorial Committee shocked me that they had only met twice since the 1980s. So I just feel like that had nothing to do with COVID. And the Golf and Country Club Advisory Board, I happened to bump into the Paul O'Dell and spoke to him about it. And I know that the country club, the golf course, is doing better than it ever has under his leadership. We're the number 3 course in the county. We're in the part of the Premier Club now. It's never been better. And that the advisory board hadn't met in 4 years, and it's not, it's not nothing against these are all wonderful people who I feel like we get feedback all the time from the community. I just feel like if these boards should be self-directed, and if they haven't been very active, then it's just a matter of should we just sunset it rather than continuing to try to maintain a board that hasn't been active. And if we need something like we've shown in the 3 months that this council has been together, we've created a board for economic advisory. We've created a nuisance abatement board. It's not that we're against boards or against people helping. We're just trying to deal with current issues. And it seems to me that with regard to these 3 particular boards, and based on the people that I've spoken to and the data that I have in front of me, I feel that sunsetting it wouldn't be an issue, and I'd be happy to appoint people to boards. I've done so since I've been on the council. So as far as I'm concerned, I feel like this is just an issue of parsimony and trying to do things. And then the last thing, I think it's compelling what Councilman Best and Councilman Vasquez are saying, like we should do, give us 6 months to do this. But that's why my first question was, I thought I remember hearing that in 2017, they tried doing these same exact things and it didn't take. So like, it's nothing personal against the people on these boards. I love them. But if it was tried in 2017, way before COVID, and we're still seeing the same outcome, then maybe what we should do is just sunset these boards and ask people to help in other ways and get on other boards and help us. So that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Right. Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best,
Emphatically no.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez,
No.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, let's see. We'll move to the consent agenda, which is agenda item 9.
9A and B.
A and B, yes. Thank you.
This is a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, selecting Greater Miami Caterers, Inc. for the congregate and home delivered meals for the city's elderly community pursuant to request for proposals number 01-20/21, authorizing a contract in an amount not to exceed $236,920.20 annually and providing for an effective date. 9B is a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, approving a purchase order of a stationary automated license plate reader and extended maintenance agreement from General Sales Administration, Inc., doing business as Major Police Supply in an amount not to exceed budgeted funds utilizing for the terms and conditions of the United States General Services Administration Cooperative Purchasing Agreement pursuant to Section 31-11E5 of the City Code, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
And
Through the
just to
chair-
be- Just to
oh,
be
sorry.
clear, the amount on 9B, which is not listed on this part of the resolution,
Right.
is $30,260. And again, those are budgeted funds in the police budget.
30,260, William?
Correct.
Thank you. Through the chair, motion to move 9A and 9B consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have a question. What on the plate reading camera, the extended maintenance cost said it was $1,500, but it said that it was a. Can you just clarify what the cost for the?
$1,500 for the first 3 years. So what's
Gotcha.
included in this budget is the $1,500 for the next year, and all it's saying is that the following year there's going to be another $1,500 for maintenance and so on.
So the way it's set up is their quote provides that if you buy the extended maintenance package now up front, it's a savings of I think like $1,500. So the purchase already includes like a standard maintenance for the first 3 years. I'm sorry, for the first 2 years. And then there is, let me just make sure I'm not misspeaking here. Yeah. So it's at year 3 is when you get the extended 3-year warranty. So the overall 3 years is $4,500 at a reduced cost of $1,500 per year. So in those 3 fiscal years, if this extended maintenance warranty is purchased now, in those 3 years, we'll have to budget $1,500 a year for that.
Gotcha. But this is so this will be an additional expense beyond the one camera that we currently have. That's
Right,
only on
we
Curtis
have one now
Parkway.
on the incoming bridge. This will go on East Drive by
And
South
Royal Poinciana. Can I ask the chief a question? Chief, can you just speak briefly as to how the hits on the plates come in are monitored and how, if possible, people get dispatched to follow up
Very
on something?
simple. Our dispatch center downstairs, they get an alert on their computer that tag ABC 123
That's kind of immediate, right? Like if it reads instantly.
And this license plate reader, it's the same company as the
Mhm.
existing one. Sorry. Oh, I thought you said something. I'm sorry. And it's constantly reading tags.
Right.
So we're looking for stolen cars, stolen tags, and at the same time, it's also running the name of the registered owner to see if they are wanted for a crime. Also, additional information. Hialeah Police is looking for a car used in a robbery.
Sure.
They put that in the system. It hits as it's coming in.
Who decides whether or not you divert somebody to go try to look for?
I'm sorry?
Who decides? Who makes when the dispatch gets a hit? Do you send out everything that comes through, or does somebody make a decision like, "Hey, stop what you're doing"?
Well, no, it's automatically, if it's a stolen car, it's
Right.
it's automatically telling us it's a stolen car or a
Right.
stolen license plate or an individual that's wanted for a crime.
Right.
And that's automatic. That's run through FCIC and NCIC.
But in terms of your
We
officers,
dispatch it automatically.
so
The
your
dis-
officers get it.
The dispatcher will put it out.
Gotcha.
And that way all the units that are working will be made aware of it, and they try to look for the car as it's coming. There's a short delay. So my officers already know what key locations to be at, on Curtis, on Point Siena, and so on, to see if the car heads that way. Just the beginning of June, we were looking for an individual that was delivering meth into the city.
Mhm.
And just so happens that Miami-Dade Police was also looking for him. When Miami-Dade Police tried to arrest him, he tried to run over a police officer and crashed two of their vehicles. Well, we got the hit. We got him on the circle, took him into custody without any incidents. So that's how good it works. how quickly it
But
works.
do you sometimes have to let some things go because if officers are busy doing something else, you can't respond to?
Well, we always have a way. If it's not one of the officers that's out on the road, it might be our motorcycle officer.
Right.
I've jumped out of the office myself at times to go
Sure.
look for it, So, but we look for the car. Sometimes we don't find the car, and sometimes it'll be. We've had situations where a stolen car out of the city of Miami, for example, it's recovered, but somebody didn't take it out of the system.
Mhm.
So we stop the car, and it is the registered owner, and then we take it out of the system. So that's how it works.
Okay. Thank you. It just strikes me that this is an important tool. I know from speaking to officers about it, it's an important tool. But I
Very
think that if you had more people at your disposal, like if we could get like 3 more officers for the department, you'd be able to kind of act on all of these and probably, leverage it more, especially since you're going to be getting more hits now if you're going to have a second camera.
Plus, we also have a mobile unit currently in
That's
one
in
of
a
the
car.
cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you've heard me say, all of you have heard me say, I don't think there's any chief in the United States that
Sure.
would turn down more cops.
Sure.
So-
No, but I mean, my understanding is that this works, and
Very well.
if we had more people that could respond to everything, you'd probably be catching more people. I'm sure. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, Chief, while you're there, and it I just wanted to add, and if you didn't have availability to go after somebody that's was picked up at a camera and is going through the streets, you would advise a municipality next to us to pick up.
Oh,
on it.
absolutely.
No.
We would put it out, what we call a
Correct.
bolo, Midwest, Virginia Gardens, Medley, Doral.
Great.
We would, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Chief, I would just like to ask you, kind of related, since we're on this topic, if you could look into, and I think we talked about it briefly at the workshop that we had. I know in New Orleans, in the Garden District, they have these, it's not a license plate reader, but it's reading the speed. But it's a system. It just looks like a regular sign that says, you're going 40 or whatever, but it generates a citation based on, it reads that license plate and generates a citation. And it works because after you get your citation, knowing you were going through, and it shows you, that it was a machine that read your license plate.
We have to get Representative Avila in Tallahassee to make it legal in the state of
Well,
Florida.
but is that illegal here?
Yeah.
It's
illegal in the state of Florida.
You mentioned that
the moment, yeah.
Are you sure you were going to look into it to see if it was illegal?
I will, but I'm pretty
hearing
sure it is.
because I've heard
That's the attorney's
that
job.
it's not
I know they're
necessarily.
legal in Georgia.
Huh?
Yeah,
le-
they're legal
in
Georgia.
Georgia.
has them in the school districts
Okay.
and throughout a great part of the state.
Okay.
But
I think at the last meeting you had said you would look into it, that you thought it was illegal, but I've heard different that it is legal and that it's used in some places in Florida.
By the way, not to change the subject, but another thing that we do with this system, if we're looking for a particular car, and we've had a good success with what we call the porch pirates, people stealing the Amazon packages. So we, somebody says, hey, I thought I saw a white Toyota, tag number 123, whatever. We put that in the system, and it'll alert us when that car does come in. This new camera that we're looking at, next generation, we can even put things like a particular bumper sticker that a car might have. So,
And Chief, after the fact, I've also heard that your detectives have used it when they have the description of a vehicle that was involved in a crime. They can go back and check vehicles that have come in that match that description. They were able to catch people
correct.
after
Yes.
the fact. So,
Yeah, it stores the information for 90 days.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are these mobile or
Oh, this is
it's stationary?
We, like I said, mentioned, we have one in a car, which is mobile. And our officers, when they're not on a call, they'll periodically run through the parking lots of different locations on 36th Street. And we've been able to locate stolen cars that way too, and
Okay.
wanted individuals.
Okay.
They're on calls a lot, though.
Yes.
You could use more people.
Always. Thank you, Chief.
And Mayor, we'll work with the chief to do the research. And I just want to make clear, it's confirming whether we can use like basically an automatic
These
citation
are-
system
It's
for speeding.
It looks just like the speeding signs that we have, the
Mhm.
the mobile ones that say, your speed and the speed limit's 30 and you're going 40. It looks just like that. You wouldn't know the difference except that it reads your license plate and then automatically issues, I guess, like a red light camera. And I know those are legal, or evidently they are.
Yes.
It goes back and forth as to,
Our office has
what
litigated
day
that all
and
the way
month
to
are
the
we right
Florida
now? Is
Supreme
it,
Court.
Right.
and
so
I-
so it generates from reading your license plate a citation similar to red light camera, and you get it, and it has I believe it has even a photo of you going,
I'm sure it does.
Well, the ones doing the turnpike.
Sort of like the
So-
toll plate readers.
you have right.
We'll do the research.
I know because residents are always complaining about the speeding throughout the Springs, and if we had a mobile unit like that could be placed around, I think that would be a big deterrent.
We'll look at it, but I think that the
I
chief is
think if it were
probably
legal,
right on that one.
legal, a lot
I
of
think it's probably
municipalities would
not
be
legal.
using it all over the place. It would be a good
Yeah.
revenue source, I'm sure, for them.
Although I'll tell you what, New Orleans, they only use it in the Garden District. I haven't seen it anywhere else, so I don't know. Okay.
Just a point of order on that one, the chair, if I may. I think that I agree with the general deterrence of that type of technology, and I believe, because I have been on the streets enough to know that some of the folks speeding are Miami Springs residents, and heading towards the circle on Westward, folks forget that you're 30 miles an hour. You get to the Baptist church, it's 25. And I told this to Mr. Alonso, I'm going to show him that sign right before the circle. It's 20.
It is. It is.
Yeah. So, but I agree with you. I'm with you on that. And if we can find more ways to assist our officers and the public in general about the speed limits and so forth, I would hope it's a deterrent.
I think any resident that's lived in Miami Springs long enough has his own story of
Yeah.
getting a speeding ticket from one of our
That's what I'm saying.
My wife's got a good
one of our
one.
officers, right? For sure, somewhere along the line. So, and I always tell people that they are very fair. They don't show favoritism to the residents. You speed, you get a
That's
ticket.
true. That's true.
Okay. The one thing I wanted to mention, is there anything else on?
I think you have a motion on 9A and B.
We have a second?
Yes. I
Okay.
second.
And the only thing I wanted to mention is on the first one, 9A, with the congregate meals for our seniors. I've looked through the contract, and one thing that I would like to address, but I'm going to address it when we talk about the boards, with when Councilman Vasquez has an agenda item on the boards, is the because I don't want to hold this up, but I just want to mention it, is that when we deliver these congregate meals, I would like to request that our ecology board look at ways to see if we can be a little more sustainable in the containers that they provide and promote that. I don't want to impact this contract. This would be a recommendation from the ecology board that we can push maybe for next year when this comes before us. But that's a lot of meals, of disposable meals that are being delivered. And if we can stay away from styrofoam and find other ways,
Agree with
it's
that.
certainly much more cost effective nowadays to get away from styrofoam than it was a few years ago.
Well, most
Mayor?
of these, the meals covered under this contract, Mayor, will probably be meals that we'll be delivering in person. We're planning to reopen the senior center again July 12th. Monday, July 12th, for in-person feeding, because the governor, I believe, is going to end the state of emergency probably the end of June, the next couple of days. So then the home delivered meals that we use, the frozen meals, they're not only going to be funded, so they'll want people to come back to the.
Senior
So
center.
we're trying to work with the Alliance. The Alliance said they're working with the state to see if they give us maybe a 30-day window for some people that are not willing to come back, and we can still deliver some frozen meals to their home. So we're working on that, so we'll let you know. But the bulk of this money will probably be for in-person lunches at the community, at the senior center.
Sure.
Okay.
Mayor, and just to clarify, this is the contract that's before you is for a 1-year term, but the authority is with the manager to renew it for up to 5 additional 1-year terms. So it'll come to you during budgeting, but it won't come to you as an agenda item for an annual contract renewal.
Okay. And I see this more as recommendations at this point because we don't want to do anything right now to impact the delivery, but nonetheless, we can start having the ecology board come up with recommendations and possibly work on this. The company may be willing to, I know they mentioned styrofoam and other containers in here, to work with us on that way before even the contract comes up for
Maybe
renewal.
staff can bring it up when it comes up for the 1-year renewal.
Okay, so take the vote, please. Call the vote.
Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Behet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Erica. Agenda item 10, old business, discussion of senior names for Together We Can Medley Monument.
Yes, Mayor and Council. At the April 26, 2021 council meeting, Barbara Sanchez, president and founder of Crime Prevention Alliance of Florida, made a presentation on the monument being placed in Medley to honor senior citizens. Ms. Sanchez asked council at that meeting if the city would come up with a list of names the city would like to include in this memorial. Staff has been working on this list of seniors we felt would be worthy of such an honor, and here are some of the names that we have come up with: Paul Mayhew, Wade Smith, Jean Ansbaugh, Lisbeth Toro, Christina Robina, Joan Hutchins, Joe Deary, Margaret Watson, Betty Dunn, Joan Cavalier, Irene Priest, Jim Caudle, Betty Bray, and Karen Rawson. Staff requests that council discuss if there are any other names they would want to see included in this monument. The cost per brick is $62, so if we do all of the names listed above, the total cost will be $868. I have Ms. Sanchez here tonight. She wants to present an update on the project. Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all of you, and obviously the city manager and our chief, wonderful chief that we have, keeping our city safe. We've done a lot of work. I've been very busy going to different cities, and I really have to commend the residents that live here because there's that genuine that they care, Mayor, and that's a blessing for you. I keep hearing the boards, I'm here if you need me, and these boards are always helpful to the city overall. With that being said, yes, different cities and obviously the involvement of 35 municipalities in this project with Honorable Mayor Martel is a blessing. I still have about 14 cities that I have to scream and shout to, but I will be making a presentation like I did here to those cities. In regards to the update for the project, for example, this is the tile for Miami Police Department honorees. It's a 12 by 12 that will be going on the base of the monument. And this is a dedication. At no time, it's a memorial. And as president of this organization, basically confronting crime prevention, I want to make sure that everyone that has done an excellent job being here on this earth or not is placed on the memorial. For example, Chief John Timoney is no longer with us. May God rest his soul, but he did an excellent job as chief for the city of Miami and the safety of all senior citizens, and so forth and so on. So that's Miami Police. And when we look at the honorees, as we spoke, Mayor, we had Lieutenant Steve Carlisle, obviously retired Sergeant Brooks, my right hand, that I really respect. She's an icon and she is a blessing. I tell her, either you teach or let the world know what you've done and what you can help others, because she's just amazing. And Lieutenant Steve Carlisle, this was an honor, Miami Springs PD. So this will also be going on the monument. And I wanted you to see it firsthand, as this gentleman always with the police department, open the doors. And that's how I came into Miami Springs, because of the lieutenant, and did so much work as far as crime prevention. And that's under my belt. So that's done. And that's no cost for you, and obviously for the city. And then we look into other cities. You'll see that there's a difference in color. This is 4 of normal public names, and these are parents, and these are parents. And this color, which is a Spanish red, is going to be placed in different parts of the monument, as where all cities, the mayor, will be all towards the front. Okay? And I wanted you to see that, again, we've worked, and so far we have 1,000 names. And as we move along comes the exciting part. We have celebrities, not just law enforcement, not just senior citizen, not just mayors. We also have wonderful human beings that are icons in our community. Tito Puente not only is the man that we all knew with his timbales, he was also military, and he was also an honorable service person. And so when Tito Puente Jr. Reached out to us and said, I would love to have my father there, it was just an honor, as we have other celebrities as well. So I wanted you to bring that this is also done.
World War II combat veteran in the United States Navy in the Pacific.
I tell you, it's been an emotional ride for many of us. I don't know if I had showed you the Gachao, the man of the Mambo. And before he passed on, I had to promise him that the first towel that I would do would be his. And you know, well, I don't know if you do know, he was very close to the Andy Garcia family. And Gachao did a lot of work in the community and internationally known, along with Celia Cruz. And this was the first towel that we did. So yes, it's been a very emotional ride. I'll be very sad when my project gets placed in the city of Medley. I told the mayor, I'll be probably visiting it a lot through the weeks. But the good thing is, together we can, junto podemos. All cities will be there with the mayor, showing off your names, families. That is history that we are all making for our community. And I don't think there's another project that we've involved so many people in so many police departments. Exactly. And we now, thanks to this wonderful young lady, we've had I think over 6 meetings, and the state attorney, honorable state attorney, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, sent me her application to put her name. I said, I was in tears. I have to confess, I was in tears because I said I couldn't do this project without you. You believed in me so many years ago. And again, thanks to Sarge that we united, and they're putting together a task force, if you will. And that is a blessing, because if my voice can always say in the state of Florida, and I haven't gone to the governor yet, he knows about it, but I haven't met with him yet. I want to make something known for our seniors in crime prevention, because I know our chiefs are working very hard and diligent. He just finished making an arrest. Meth was coming into your city, and he got him here in your city. My gosh, we have to do the same with fraud against senior citizens. Okay. Miami-Dade Police Department, as you all know, this is their plaque. And again, Sergeant Stedman Stahl, president of the South Florida PBA, which now I believe is Florida. Am I correct? Right? Oh, now it's off. Okay, all right. Just in case. So that's done. So nobody gets upset there. And I'm waiting for Mayor for your plaque, and I'll come back to show it with the names before we do place it. And obviously, we're now planning. Lastly, we're now planning the groundbreaking. And again, I'm going to extend the invitation to all of you. And I hopefully by that time, council, we have the names so I can print them and then have it approved. Okay? And that's it for me. Any questions? Please, I'm here.
The groundbreaking, do we know?
Yeah, what's the date?
The groundbreaking, actually, that's a very good question. We have a meeting with the mayor on Wednesday and with the gold sponsors. So we should have a date. I believe we're looking at the end of July, beginning of August. Somewhere between Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday at 10 a.m., where all of you will have your hard hats and your shovel.
Mayor, I have a question. So I have two questions. Are we, these are going to be little tiles for each one of these former residents, right? For each one of these seniors?
I would imagine, Barbara,
Barbara, so these names that,
individual tiles for each name.
It depends. How many names are we looking at, Mayor?
Looking at the
14.
14.
Right. So I would, with approval of all, obviously all of you, I would like to have the two 12 by 12s done in the light sand color. And that way, you know, all of your names go on it.
How will that make the, we were told it was $62 per brick. If we do two
$2 per name.
per name?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be 2 bricks. So I have two questions. One, because I feel like this memorial has a lot going on. There's like a law enforcement aspect to it. There's a seniors aspect to it. There's even musicians. That being said, I think that probably Officer Charles B. Stafford should be a name on there, right? And then that also being said, I think that City of Miami Springs should be on the tiles, right? Because I would hate if there's 1,000 names, I would hate for there to be names and not have it be, you know, identified to as people that we as a city put forth. So I think that it should say City of Miami Springs on the tiles.
Is that something that they already do? Because that's a very good point that the names would be identified by city.
Right. Okay.
South Miami, all cities will have the mayor's and the city's name, and then on the top, and then the
names on
honorees.
Great.
Yes, all cities.
Excuse me a second. As far as Officer Stafford goes, we've already included him. He's one of my honorees. That's separate from this, but he'll be included on there. And also on your list, I'd like to recommend someone. I don't know if I didn't hear it. City Manager Irene Priest.
She's on
the list.
Okay, good. Because she was on my board and she did a lot for the city, and she's an awesome person. So
Can I ask Officer Stafford, is that a brick, is that a tile that's dedicated to fallen officers? What is the...
He's, again, as this is a dedication, he's in the law enforcement portion of it.
Yes.
With all law enforcement. For example, we have the chief of Orlando, the first Puerto Rican chief in Orlando. You know, so again, he will be with law enforcement. As you know, I wanted to portray with our team and our executives and our VIPs in our committee that the dedication. So when anyone, everyone goes, you're looking, but you're also finding the name that did something. Doesn't matter again if you're here or you're not here. It's the exciting, the momentum that's going to be there permanently. So, Mayor, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Lynn, did you have something?
just
you
one
wanted to say?
second. I know it does seem like it's a lot of things going on, but it's really all about the seniors and crimes against the seniors and getting, as we all know, not everybody communicates. Hialeah doesn't communicate with Miami Springs. So we're trying to get everyone to work together. Spoke with the chief, and he's going to
our goal is to get a detective assigned from every city, including the county, to be dedicated to this, the crimes against seniors and other things that go on, including with the state attorney's office and prosecuting them. Believe it or not, it's running rampant and it's horrible what happens. So, and so Barbara brought along the monument. It's been trying to do this for quite a while now, and the celebrities were kind of already involved. So, thank you.
And both tiles then will have the city's name.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
Absolutely. There you're going to go place together. And again, you'll see it
Good.
before.
Thank you.
Don't do anything without permission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any
Thank you.
discussion on this? Any questions?
Nice job, Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions, discussions? I have one, William, as far as, I know these members, the names that we have here of seniors, some of them are deceased and others are very much living with us. Have we contacted the ones that, that live here in the Springs to find out if they want to be on here?
We will. We will. I mean,
I
some
think that
of
would
them
be-
are, like you said, are deceased.
I know Irene Priest is, just a wonderful selection, someone that we all valued in the city and contributed so much.
We just wanted to come up with a final list of names, and then we'll reach out to them. I'm pretty sure they'll want to be part of it.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Quick question. Once the monument is up and all the plaques are placed, there's no room for adding a name on the monument.
Yes, that's a very good question, Council. The unveiling, again, we're planning for October, which is Crime Prevention Month, with the groundbreaking soon to be, and then the unveiling in October. And so we will have, I believe our attorney has suggested about 5 years to keep adding.
Okay.
I personally, I remember I'm the unity person. This is what moves me. There's going to be a point that maybe, like the sergeant said, and obviously other members have stated, we might have to put a wall up. And obviously the city is all for that because we might just have too many names. Because remember, I'm going city to city and I still have to remember scream and shout to a couple of mayors. However, what about, all these cities and all, you know what I'm saying? Because it's about for the first time. So we might have to, but again, they're willing to work with us and that's a blessing. So I'm trying to get as many names and I'm trying to get the momentum of the mayors now. Because remember, cities change. People go.
Yeah.
And you won't be remembered. Oh, yeah, she used to be the mayor, 10 years ago.
I don't
She
think
was the mayor,
the,
didn't care.
but I don't think the purpose of this is to honor the mayors. It's,
No, but it's the mayors that are honoring their city. And that's important to me because you care.
okay, well, I think in our case, it would be the council that
Well,
we
I'm
would be
saying,
honoring
when I say
these.
I'm old school. When I
So
say the
perhaps
mayor
in our case, it should be this Miami Springs City Council. But I'm a little confused as to when someone's name is on here, it's not because the monument is to bring awareness to crimes against seniors.
The monument is a dedication to senior citizens overall. The unity that the cities are creating to work with their senior citizens is where you choose your seniors. There are seniors here in this city that have done an over and beyond job or have volunteered or have done something that you're picking their names. Sooner or later, their families are going to find out that the mayor and the council chose those names. That's a true blessing because not everybody can have a street. And those families will find out, wow, they chose my family member or my aunt or my, you know what I'm saying? And that is a true blessing, if I answered you.
Okay.
So in aspect and in addition to that, it's also a crime prevention awareness. It's the first monument dedicated to senior citizens in awareness of crimes and abuse. And,
All right.
and we've targeted that very well, as Ms. Brooks stated. There's going to be a task force, and there's also a lot of clarity and a lot of work being done on these senior crimes. Just before they were stopped.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Barbara.
Thank you.
How do we want to proceed with this? We have some names. Do we want to take some time to talk to the city manager about these names and get a little more clarity with how we want to proceed? Or I think I would like to speak a little more with the city staff and all as to how these names, I'm still kind of, it doesn't quite gel exactly the names.
The chair, may I?
Yes.
The list that was provided, was there any documentation for each person that they put forward as to why they suggested this person? Or
Most of the people we selected, I checked with Tammy Key at the senior center. I checked with all the department heads for people that they felt would be seniors that have done a lot of community service during their lifetime here in the Springs. Some are with us, some are not. So we basically came up with a list of 14 names. I remember a few weeks ago, or back a couple of months ago when this came up, I sent all of you an email and asked you, this is the names we came up with. Please, if you have any additional names, let us know. So at this point, this is what we have. If you want to take a few days or a week and see if you can come up with other names you want to add to the list.
I wonder how many are not with us today on this list. I don't know. I know Joan is not. She's my front neighbor. Irene Priest, Jim Cottle.
All right, so let's do that. Let's go ahead, unless anyone else has any more discussion. This is just a discussion item.
Yeah.
To do what, Vice Mayor? Okay, well, and then we can address it at the future meeting if kind of when all of this, we've given it some more thought. It's not just the names, it's the purpose of selecting these people and why, who we're selecting, and like some
Actually,
of these are
you
living, some aren't. So I don't know.
Through the chair, you do bring up a good point, because she did make the statement that they're getting ready to have the groundbreaking the end of July, and we're going to be off for the whole month, right? Early August, end of July. If we're back in July, the second week, that'll be our first meeting.
Oh.
Right? So we're going to have to get any names that we want to add to it to William pretty quickly.
Put these through. When the wall goes up, we'll
through the
submit
chair.
some more.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I think groundbreaking and ribbon cutting, there's some time in between. Right? So groundbreaking is a kind of, just a
Dog and
official
pony, yeah.
opening of the ground and so forth and so on. I think the idea is you want to have it done by October, I think it said. So I would think that we would have an opportunity, at least in August, to revisit
That would
this
work.
and make any additional recommendations. Would that work? Does that work with your time frame? To have additional names?
I wanted to definitely by the groundbreaking.
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. That answers the question.
Mm-hmm.
Opposed to the city of Portal, for example, you know what I'm saying? It's a little smaller city. So, but again, you can give me additional names, yes.
Through the chair?
Yes.
How many names fit on was it the 12 by 12?
You have about 8 names.
Okay, and that does not include the title of the city and council.
That includes the title of the city. But
Okay.
no matter how many I facilitated for you, that no matter how many names you provide, which obviously 20 or more, it is my job with our team and Bricks or Us to coordinate those tiles. You might have 4 tiles.
I know, I just wanted to know just in case we had to do a little process of elimination for now and then move forward to add on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor, is there anything she can send you to help clarify the whole purpose of the monument and everything? So there's, I know it
No,
does seem like there's.
We
several
have the
components.
information here. It's like we have a lot of names here, and I'm not just, I don't know. Does everyone? I'll take a motion if someone wants to pass a motion. Well, not a motion. I guess direction. We need
Direction.
to
I think-
direction to the council.
I think
to the
if
city
we
staff. Excuse me. On this, I just It seems like we have a lot of names. I'm not really sure if we want to have so many names on there.
A lot of people.
Mayor,
been
why
involved
don't
for
we do
running
as you had
this.
suggested and table this, and we'll have some deliberation.
With the cities
Sure,
and just
with
look at it a
staff.
little more. It's okay. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, the next agenda item.
There's no motion. So is there a motion to defer the item?
I move that we defer the item.
I'll second that. Definitely.
All right, do we need to take a vote to defer it? Okay, let's.
Sure.
All right, call the vote, please.
I'm sorry, Councilman Fahet made the motion?
Yes,
Second?
and Councilman Bravo seconded.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Best?
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo?
Yes.
Councilman Fahet?
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right, the next agenda item is 11A under new business.
So this is an ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 32 of the city's Code of Ordinances by creating Article 17, Nuisance Abatement Board, authorizing the creation of an administrative board with the authority to impose fines and other non-criminal penalties to abate certain activities declared public nuisances pursuant to Section 893-138 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. This is an ordinance on first reading, so it's not a public hearing this evening. I'm happy to, I'd like to explain a little bit, an overview of the ordinance if council wishes. So I'd also like to introduce, and I'm standing up here because we're lawyers and we're used to presenting standing. I'd like to introduce you to my partner, Jose Arango, who has been instrumental in drafting this ordinance. As many of you know, we've been talking about a nuisance abatement board since about August of last year, when we really started having an increase in issues along Northwest 36th Street. And we presented council at that time and individually with many of you. We've talked about how there are certain tools in your arsenal that as a local government you have to improve safety for the community and curtail some of the activities that we've unfortunately seen a recent uptick in. So one of those tools is the Nuisance Abatement Board. This is a board that is authorized for you by state statute. So we do have certain limitations based on what the state law says. But the board also is something that's used by some of our sister cities as well as the county. So Miami-Dade County has a nuisance abatement board, the city of Miami, where Jose was originally from before Weiss Rhoda. He's been with our firm for 7 years now, 5? We're like almost on the same track. Wow. So Jose must have joined the firm just before me, but he was with the city of Miami beforehand. So he's also very familiar with their process. So the nuisance abatement board ordinance that you have before you is something that, like I said, we've been talking about it for several months. I realize how important the issues are to the residents along that are really more close to Northwest 36th Street, and how important it is for them to see the city act and really start taking some positive actions against unfortunate actors, let's call them, in that district, as well as other parts of the city. It's not limited. So what this ordinance does is it creates a board that really has the authority to take probably one of the most extreme actions that we can take as a local government, and that's closing a business. In addition to closing a business, they are able to impose fines, penalties, allow the city to recuperate certain costs of prosecuting these types of cases. And those aren't just attorney's fees costs, but also police investigation costs and things like that. This ordinance is, despite its title, nuisance abatement, this is not for what I would say are the annoying things in life, like perhaps your neighbor's roof being dirty or their grass being too high or their hedges being too high. This is not what this ordinance is about. This ordinance is about truly, I would say, egregious activity that falls under criminal aspects of the law. So in the ordinance, you'll see that a public nuisance is defined. We have to define it based on state law. The state law says what a public nuisance is, so that is already incorporated into this ordinance. And I'm just going to go through it quickly so that you can really understand what this ordinance is intended to deal with. So a public nuisance is any place or premise that has been used, and each one of these carries a different quantity, so to speak, and time frame. So for example, the first one is a place that has been used on more than 2 occasions within a 6-month period as the site of a violation of a Florida statute entitled Prohibiting Prostitution and Related Acts. That would constitute a nuisance, a public nuisance, I'm sorry. The second one would be on more than 2 occasions within a 6-month period as the site of the unlawful sale, delivery, manufacture, or cultivation of any controlled substance, i.e. illicit drugs. And it goes on. Felonies that take place relating to controlled substances, criminal gangs that are using a place for the purpose of conducting criminal gang-related activity, places that are being used on 2 or more occasions within a 6-month period relating to dealing in stolen property, and even more egregious things such as murder, attempted felony murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, etc. So this is really, really specific. Like I said, this is not for the neighbor whose grass is too high. That's a code enforcement issue. It'll continue to be a code enforcement issue. This is really targeted to these criminal activities. So this ordinance establishes the Nuisance Abatement Board. I know boards have been the topic of discussion for several months now. This is the way we've set up this ordinance, is that the Nuisance Abatement Board would be served by the city's existing code compliance board. So although it is a separate board in term, the people who comprise the board, what we're proposing is the code compliance board. The board doesn't need to be the code compliance board. If council wants it to be an entirely new set of individuals, we can revise the ordinance and craft it such that the 5 of you have an appointment to the board, and we have a 5-member nuisance abatement board, and we can create requirements for who should be on that board. That's how the county does it. The city of Miami, on the other hand, does it by this same process. They have their code enforcement board serve in this capacity. So it's really within your discretion how you would like to handle that. As far as how the process works, if a person in the city, whether it's city staff, the police, or a resident, believes that there is a public nuisance existing on a private property, they would file a complaint with the city. It would go. We've set it up that the complaint goes through the city's police department, and the police would look at that complaint and identify whether it actually meets the requirements of meeting the standard of it being a public nuisance. If it does, then the process will proceed forward with notice to the business, the owner of that building, really whoever is involved in that building. If it's being leased out, they would receive notice and be told that a public nuisance has been alleged to exist on their property. They would receive a copy of the complaint. They would be asked to abate that nuisance within a certain time frame. And if they do not, then that complaint would be brought before the Nuisance Abatement Board. At that point, the nuisance abatement board would have the ability to, if they find that a public nuisance exists after a hearing, it's sort of a mini trial, similar to what you're familiar with code enforcement, but it would be conducted in this capacity. The nuisance abatement board would make a decision. If they find that a public nuisance does exist, they would have the ability to shut down that business. They would have the ability to impose fines. The fines that they impose are restricted by state law. I know that similar to when we had a discussion about an ordinance that we adopted earlier this year, I explained to you that, I know that there are other cities that have fines that seem really, really harsh. And sometimes we want to make sure that there's a very stiff penalty. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you might see it, the state law does restrict us on what we can impose as a fine. Aside from that, if the property, if whoever is found to have the public nuisance does not agree with the board's decision, they can appeal, and the appeal would not be to you, it would be to the court. So that's when it would actually get transferred to the courthouse. This is a process that does not prevent us from doing, from taking the type of action that we took with another property. As you remember, last year we filed a complaint in the court system, and we obtained an injunction against a property that had lots of these types of activities happening, but it was to such a degree that it warranted very swift action before the court system, and of course the court in that case agreed with us, and so we were able to very quickly shut down that property, and that business is still not operating. What else? I think that's sort of a high-level overview of what this does. Jose is available as well to answer any specific questions. I know some of you may have questions about how this works in other cities. And Jose represents the city here when we have code compliance issues. So the members of your code compliance board are very familiar with Jose. He's been serving in that capacity, I want to say, for the last 4 or 5 years. And so they're very familiar with him. He's a great asset, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Heidi,
Ma'am?
just as a point of reference, this doesn't only apply to businesses. It can be a home that's being used for the same purpose, right?
Any private property, whether commercial, industrial, private residence, etc. So we did speak with the chief earlier this evening, and he did mention to us that there are certain properties that I'm sure we're all familiar with that could have been the subject of this type of enforcement action because of the types of activities that were happening there. And it was a residential property where, unfortunately, there was prostitution happening,
Criminal activity.
etc. And so, again, the way I see this is a tool that you have. It's a tool that you have in your toolbox. When you need swift action, like very swift action, that's when we would go to court, like we did late last year or in the middle of last year. If there's something that's happening that the council manager feels, you know what, we need the city attorney to go and file a lawsuit immediately because this is just so terrible, we can have an emergency meeting and get that direction and move forward. This ordinance, I would say, is reserved for things that don't rise to that level. They can, but I think we would advise you and use the discretion on when we would really say, mayor, council, we really need to go to court. We've talked to the chief, we've talked to the manager, and this is such an egregious situation that we need to move on this. Whereas this is something that maybe we can spend a little more time and go through it, perhaps more lengthy process.
One second, Councilman, before I want to open. First of all, Jose, thank you. Thank you for your work on this. I can see it's a very big project, and we appreciate it. I did want to open it up first for, I think that resident is already gone, but he had
He
signed
left.
up to speak
I
on
think
the
he-
agenda item. So I just want to call out his name if he still wants to speak. It's Mr. Crop.
I think he's retired for the evening.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. I think you meant from the committee.
No, he's on the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So go ahead.
Mayor, yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Heidi and Jose. I think that this is wonderful. As a matter of fact, you were speaking to that if you need something more swift, that you could file a lawsuit if something gets so terrible. In my eyes, I feel like this is even more swift because you can catch something before it gets so terrible that you need to intervene by filing a lawsuit. So, two quick things. So I read through this and had questions, and Heidi answered them for me. One thing is that I just wanted to throw out there just my feeling that I think that adding this onto the plate of the Code Compliance Board, it would have to be like a second meeting. They'd have to, when their meeting is over, they'd have to have a second meeting, right? Like right afterwards,
Right.
in order.
Is this on? This can't be commingled. This
Right.
has to be a completely separate entity.
Right.
What they're essentially doing is switching hats. So
Right.
it's contemplated that this would be a separate hearing.
So that being the case, since it's a separate hearing, I think that it would be better. My opinion is that we'd be better served if we chose people to be on this appointed our own board, just to right, a separate board to focus on this. Which, going back to getting people to be involved, I think that having it be a separate hearing for the Code Compliance Board, I think is going to be a bit much, and I'd rather that we put our heads together and appoint some people that can focus just on this when these kind of issues come up. And then the other thing,
If
go
I
ahead.
can just interject, I just do want to remind you that you do have another board in the city that does act in that same sort of capacity. The Board of Adjustment meets,
Right.
and then they switch hats to
Different meeting.
a different meeting, but it's the
Mhm.
Same people.
same members.
Right.
So it's two different boards. So it's not unheard of.
Right.
In that's a board that we'll tackle in the future
Sure.
in terms of
Sure.
combining it as one board because
Yeah.
it's a little unusual.
I know that it can be done. I just wanted to suggest that we consider appointing a separate board to do this, just because I know that I've sat in on the Code Compliance Board meetings, and they tend to be kind of long and arduous, and because it's kind of quasi judicial, that you have people that people that are kind of defending their case, and those I think that this is something that's so important that I feel like we should appoint a separate board. And go ahead.
Sorry. It just brings to mind one of the things that we had discussed internally, and that I would offer for your consideration is the fact that this board under state law is required to be a board. And we had sort of tossed around the idea of whether we could use a magistrate to serve as, instead of having a board, just have one person who we know we can schedule them, have them act as a judge, and make the decision on these types of cases. It doesn't look like we can do that.
Mhm.
However, we can do that with the Code Enforcement Board. So
With Code of Compliance.
yes. So if instead of having a code compliance board, the council wanted to appoint a person, it would need to be, generally it's a lawyer. They are paid, unlike the Code Compliance Board. That board serves voluntarily. If it's a magistrate, that person would be paid, but they serve really as a judge. Not that the Code Compliance Board does not, but you're dealing with just one person as
Versus
opposed
a
to
5-member board.
obtaining quorum for a board. So I know that has been a concern on boards, and I understand that achieving quorum for code compliance has also been challenging. So sometimes you're not as quick on that, but that's a separate issue. Just keep that in the back of your mind as food for thought, that if in the future you'd like to transition to that, we can. And the reason I bring it up is because then maybe you have this pool of individuals who are willing to serve,
Mhm.
and you can transition them into this role. So just
We,
options.
through the
Great.
chair, well, we do have, what we do have is we do have provisioning for one additional member on both adjustment and zoning, that
Mhm.
board,
Mhm.
and also on code compliance.
Okay.
An additional member, so that if there's not a quorum,
Sure.
generally we can make it a quorum by tapping that separate one, additional individual
Yeah.
rather than
Person's
step.
already appointed. though.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
They're already appointed.
Yeah, but they're like an alternate. They
Yeah.
don't.
I know.
Sometimes
I know
they
that
come to the meeting. Sometimes they.
I know that the people on the code compliance board and particularly the member who's my
Mhm.
appointee, who was my appointee before I was there, but I did speak to her when I took office. I know that they do good work, and they're probably a success story as far as boards go. They're committed, they're self-directed, they're helping out, and they're active. And I think that to kind of dovetail with what we were talking about before, I feel like this is an opportunity to get people, residents within our community, who are qualified, who want to help, especially again, given something that is a current issue. I think that this it would be a good opportunity for us to recruit again the people within our community. All the things that were being said about in favor, right, of the boards. I think that this is a perfect opportunity. The other thing I wanted to just mention, and I wanted to, Chief, if you don't mind, I think that for the next meeting, when this becomes I guess comes for the second reading, I'd like to ask that, because obviously this is going to be, I was trying to look at what the kind of downside to this. And one thing, I mean, obviously everything has its pros and cons, but one thing is it is going to put a lot more responsibility on the department, which is why we need more officers. Because complaints can come from residents, but basically the police can also file the complaint of a nuisance based on their understanding of criminal activity that's happening in a particular location.
Based
And-
on a police report.
or based on a police report, exactly. So when it would be the responsibility of the police department to decide whether or not it meets the threshold of a nuisance based on what the state is clear about what defines it being a nuisance. And then basically, if it's determined to be a nuisance, the property owner and operators are notified, and basically it's the police that notify them, and it's also the police that goes back to follow up to make sure that they have complied with that they have abated whatever the nuisance activity is. And then if the police find that they have not complied, then it goes to the board. So having said that, I think that it would be very good for all of us in this. And again, I thank Heidi because this came up in our conversation. It would be good if the chief, as in kind of like an activity of helping us get our minds around what's going to be coming, if you could use this criteria for the next meeting to determine if this were in place today, who, based on the last 6 months, would have met that threshold of nuisance, and what
tell you right
properties. I know. Listen, I could tell you also, but I think as we prepare.
In alphabetical order.
Sure. Well, hey, listen, but you know what? If it's 75 properties, right, or if it's 10, I think, and you know what? I think that as we prepare as we deliberate about in order to codify this, I think that it would send a message of who this would affect within the city boundaries. Because we're not here to.
Are you asking him to identify specific?
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do once this goes
But
online. Yes.
I just want to clarify. If
Yes,
understand.
I
You're
think-
saying for the next meeting for him to
I
provide
think-
us with,
I-
say, for the past 6 months, which.
Yes, that is what I am proposing, that in the last 6 months, okay, what properties would have met the criteria of a nuisance and what would the nuisance have been? And then I think that will help inform us, and particularly as we go to a second reading, and then there's, we have a public hearing, and I think that'll be helpful to know, kind of a dry run. If this were to go to in place, this is how many people would be affected. This is how many nuisances would fit this criteria. I think that's important to know. And then I think it would also send a valuable message to anybody who's on the list that, like, hey, listen, like, fair warning that when this goes live, this is the kind of thing that would fall under that criteria. So I think it's good for everybody involved to know who would meet the criteria of being an official nuisance, because it is going to fall on them when the time comes when this goes live. So it'll be a good practice for everybody. And again, we need to get help.
Anyone else? Yeah, through the chair. For purpose of notice, when there's a complaint, I'm assuming that an officer will go out there to give the initial notice or the initial awareness of the complaint, and then it would be registered with the department if it falls within its criteria, or it'll just be a complaint and then they just, based on what the complaint said. I mean, would there be an officer visit at the property?
Okay. So for purposes of notice, it can, there's definitely some guidelines because there's a section just dedicated to notice, but that's not to say that there can't be a policy, should that be the will of the council, to furnish, perhaps have a visit or for somehow do have direct communication based on the legally required notice. So I'm not sure if that already addresses your question. We have under section 32103 where it's served. It could be done by mail, hand delivery. It could also be posted.
Okay.
That's similar to what's done in code enforcement, where it could be published. It could be served by certified mail return receipt requested. It could be personally, it could be served. It could be posted, left with someone at the residence. So this gives some guidance, but that's not to say that, as a general policy, there can't be something that's something else that's done.
Okay.
In many cases, the owner and operator are in different cities, and so I imagine that's kind of the challenge to what you were saying.
You're right, especially being if you're mailing something to somebody and they're renting the property and the owners live in Michigan or something. You're sending it to the wrong person. There's that to be concerned with.
Yeah, that falls on the definition of operator, and there's broad discretion on who you want to consider to be the responsible party. It could be the property owner, it could be the business owner.
Right.
So it also gives you the discretion as to address who that notice is going to be mailed to. And then there's also a legal factor at the end of that section of notice that says this is deemed to be constructive notice, legally sufficient for proceeding with a case. If you, it's almost like check the box, serve it by certified mail as well as posting.
What I would just caution the council is, of course, we need to notice the owner, operator, and we've structured the ordinance so that if it's a business, like Vice Mayor Best is saying, that the property is owned by someone in Michigan, but the operator is here, we would notify both. I would hesitate to recommend that you provide, that you have police go out and do like a pre-notice notice, frankly, because I think most of these people know what's happening on their property and they're not reacting anyways. So this is, I wouldn't want to add another layer of time.
I agree.
When what we're trying to do is get it to stop.
I also think that probably 99% of the times we're going to be the ones.
Yeah,
exactly.
If a citizen sends us a complaint, a one time we'll look at it, and that doesn't necessarily fit the criteria of a nuisance or go before a nuisance abatement board. But I think majority of the times we're going to be the ones that have been going to this location over and over and over again and documenting with police reports, with arrests and things of that nature.
If it's 2 or more in a 6-month period, by definition, you know it already. Like you're not going to have to do a ton of work to give us the list.
I can rattle
for
off
the
several
next
locations right
but
now.
that's okay. That's what we need.
Sometimes we have 2 a day.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we need. We need to know.
Any other questions?
From the choices I'm hearing based on this, Counselor, it seems to me like we'd be cleaner, particularly from the legal perspective, in terms of crafting this in the code of ordinances, and in addition to who is going to perform this if we're going to create it. It would be just as easy to let code compliance do it, just like adjustment and planning and zoning does. It'd be much easier to craft legally, and it would be clean.
It's really within your discretion.
Yeah.
That's a policy choice.
It's just what I'm hearing. That's what I think would be cleanest.
From our perspective, it makes absolutely no difference. Yes, we'd have to update the ordinance slightly, And we can, if council chooses to approve this on first reading tonight, we of course have the month of July to make those changes, and we'd bring them back to you at second reading in August. And so we could do that. I'm not concerned about changing that aspect of the ordinance. But it's really a policy choice, whether you want it to be the code enforcement board or code compliance board serving in both capacities, or whether you want a completely separate board. That's really up to you. Another thing that I think we did want to, a specific policy issue, of course, this is all within your discretion, but there was one thing that we did want to ask for your input on, and it's, I believe, in line 126. It's under section 32-104. And this goes to the notice question that Councilwoman Bravo was asking. I'm just going to read it so that you understand what I'm saying. It says, upon determining that a public nuisance exists, the police department shall mail written notice of the public nuisance to the operator. The notice shall provide for the operator to take good faith measures as are appropriate to abate the nuisance within 5 days of receipt of the notice. And so Jose and I went back and forth on whether 5 days was too little, too much. I tend to think that it's just right. And we sort of agreed on 5 days, but the 5 days was, that's one of the policy considerations, that if you feel that it should be a longer time frame, shorter time frame, that's within your discretion. I think that 5 days, like I said earlier, I think most of these places know what's going on, and they know what they need to do to abate these nuisances. So I wouldn't recommend giving them 30 days or 14 days. So that's why we recommended 5 days, but that's within your discretion.
Sorry.
Okay, one at a time.
It's all right.
I had a quick question just to follow up on her. Should that say operator owner, or is it just, or is operator standing in for both in this, throughout this ordinance?
Operator encompasses the owner.
Encompasses the owner. Okay,
Right.
so if it's two people, then those both would be notified.
Correct.
Right.
Great.
That's defined. It's on line 72 of the ordinance.
Great. Thank you.
And it's the owner or whoever has
Mayor?
control.
And or Great.
And frankly, in an abundance of caution,
you would do the and.
we would do, even if it weren't written, we would do both.
We would do and. Okay.
What is the propensity of countersuits in these circumstances? Countersuits about illegally being served.
I think that's certainly a
That would spill into, well, yeah, but it's not a countersuit. That would spill into a due process issue, and they would take that up on appeal. So similar to code enforcement, that would be something for the appellate division to
That
handle.
answers my question. Thank you.
Who would handle
Through
the
the chair.
appeal?
The appellate division of the circuit court.
In other words, once a decision is rendered by the code compliance board,
Then it goes to court.
presumably finding that a public nuisance exists and the operator owner is responsible for it, that individual or entity would probably file an appeal to the circuit court challenging the order and the due process and the notice. So we certainly try to avoid notice issues all the time.
Through the chair.
Woman? I'm sorry. Yeah, I had
Go ahead,
Councilwoman Vasquez had wanted to speak earlier.
So I'm generally in agreement with this move. I'm just, I have two questions that are in my mind, and I don't think I'm going to be able to clarify them for myself tonight, and I'll need to stew a little bit. August sounds good enough. So the two things that I'm thinking about, one has to do with the board itself and the functions, since we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. And I got a little confused as to one option being that people that serve on these other two boards could be on this board as well. So I have my concerns about that. Number one. Number two is the actual notification and the role of the Miami Springs Police Department in this. And I think between the chief's reaction and the city manager's reaction, we got a bunch of people that need to be served. And is this the proper thing? And again, going back to Councilman Fayez, a concern about I don't want to use the word overwhelm the police department, but because there seems to be such a terrible practice in the city, both property, private property, businesses, and so forth of this. It's just something that I want to give some thought to because, I think it's important that if we do this and it looks like we're moving in that direction, and I think it's an important step that we take to begin to address this head on. There seems to me to be a need for a balance of responsibilities, I guess the word is.
I think one thing to
Of
consider.
notification.
One of the things that I discussed with Councilman Fahet about the ordinance is that even if we had 100 potential properties that could fall under a nuisance, a public nuisance, it would be within the city's discretion. I'm going to call it prosecutorial discretion.
Sure.
So the same way that the state attorney's office determines which cases to prosecute based on how good the evidence is, their resources, et cetera, and efficiencies, we would do the same thing. So I think that, like the chief said, he knows those properties that he can rattle off immediately. I think those would be like top of list on cases that we would bring to this board. But that's not to say that we need to bring all of them. There's no requirement that we actually bring cases forward.
I appreciate the clarification, and it's just something that it's going through my mind. We have that discretion. I totally agree
And what
with
I
you
was-
on it.
what I
It's
was
the
gonna say-
operationalization.
What I was going to say, Councilman Vasquez.
I can't do this after 9.
No,
It's-
I spoke to
the
you
words
about
don't
it,
come out again.
and the chief can answer. This process may seem like it takes some police manpower to get to, but when you're responding to a location 100 times a month, 150 times a month, whatever it is, it's worth it in the long run, because if you're able to shut that down, that's 150 calls that you won't have to worry about anymore. Right, Chief?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so two things. Going back to the 5 days, maybe we can do, I don't know if there's any restrictions on it, maybe business days instead of calendar days.
Do that.
So depending on the notice, if they get it on a Sunday, then they have Monday through Friday, or if they get it on a Thursday, they have until,
Right.
We could do a business day. And then the second thing was we can see how this upticks with the board, and if we think that we need to create a separate one because it's so intense that it becomes overbearing for the code compliance board, maybe we can take that into consideration and see how that works out. Is that a possibility?
You can absolutely do that. Remember, so you have two statutes
Mhm.
that are at play here. The public nuisance statute only allows you to have a board. So frankly, if it didn't have that restriction, my recommendation to you would have been appoint a magistrate. Yes, you're going to have to pay for that person, but you're getting somebody who's going to be able to, you're basically employing that person.
Right.
You're paying them to be here. They're going to show up. Usually when people get paid, they tend to have an incentive to show up to work. And so that would have been my recommendation. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can do that. So then you go to the other statute, which is the code enforcement statute under state law. And state law allows you to have either a magistrate or a board. The city has traditionally chosen to have a board, but you could have that magistrate. So that's what I was trying to explain earlier, that if you wanted to transition your code compliance board to a magistrate instead and have someone who is focused on dealing with the overgrown hedges, the overgrown grass, the dirty roof, the dirty sidewalk, etc., those types of typical code enforcement issues that you want to move along, and that's a separate concern for the city, you can do that. And then instead of that board, have the nuisance abatement board focused on these issues.
Or we can have two boards.
Or you can have
You
two
can
boards.
have two
Yes.
boards.
Yeah.
Let me, do you have any other questions?
One more question. If we have board members on the code compliance board and they're also going to serve on the nuisance board, there's no conflict there, right? They can.
No, we flushed out that issue.
Okay, cool.
And currently, that's
All
how the city of Miami operates.
Okay.
And
So
what I was mentioning earlier, that your code your code doesn't have and your charter don't have a straight prohibition on serving on multiple boards. It's just not three ordinances, but three boards that are codified that do
Yeah,
say
you said it
you
earlier.
can't serve on two boards. So it just depends, like if you're serving on one of those three boards, then you can't serve on another. So it's a little odd, but
I'm just wondering if the current board members on the code of compliance would be up to the task.
Well, and that's another consideration.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask you, in your experience with, I know that both of you work with several other cities, and knowing, is there, because I see it two possibilities here. Is it useful for when this comes before a board, if the person has been in the code enforcement board, then they're probably already familiar with the situation and they're not kind of relearning it. So there's that seems to me to be a reason to have one board, the same board meet, because you've already got that familiarity instead of having two boards dealing with, and then what they're hearing is, well, this went to code compliance, now it's before us, and we don't know the details. On the other hand, are we overburdening, a board by asking them? And I don't know how long the code enforcement meetings last right now, but I'm guessing that this could easily double the time that they spend on right, depending on the issue. But it just seems to me like it would naturally enable them to do their job by being familiar with that it's been the code
But
enforcement.
Mayor, would this deal, and maybe that's a question you could redirect, but is there an issue that would be a code compliance issue and a nuisance issue at the same time? Because I think what they were saying is, what Heidi was saying is that it was.
That it's separate, but I'm guessing that they've already got that familiarity, because if we've got someone that is having these issues, it's likely that there's some code enforcement issues that have come up before the board or not. And so I wanted to find out, in your opinion, does it work better for a city, for a municipality to have the two separate boards or to have one after the other?
Okay. So there's a couple of issues. It works. It really depends on the city. For example, City of Miami had a nuisance abatement board and also a code enforcement board. They also have a special magistrate. For a long time, they couldn't, for whatever reason, get quorum for the nuisance abatement board. The code enforcement board, while I was the attorney handling the city's work in front of that board, was adamant about becoming or reactivating the nuisance abatement board. So we drafted an ordinance that essentially authorized them to do so. So they're switching hats, an entirely separate. It's a completely separate animal. And they serve a different role under the capacity of the nuisance abatement board from code enforcement. I wouldn't recommend that the boards hear the cases at one hearing or commingle it. They should be treated separately. They're governed by two separate statutes, and the nature of the cases are completely different. And they have
Usually
different
what
powers.
happens, is it one board ends the meeting and then convenes that same night with the new meeting, or they're meeting on two separate days?
They're meeting on two separate days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At the City of Miami. That's not to say that it can't be an entirely, for example, the county has a nuisance abatement board. They're not also the code enforcement board. There's just the nuisance abatement board. So it just depends what works best. We could revise it to read that perhaps it could be a new board, or in the alternative, the code enforcement board could also serve as the nuisance abatement board. And that way you could have the best of both worlds and you could choose, depending on how.
Have it in there. Because I think one thing we need to do, if we decide that we'd like to have the code enforcement board do this, is run it by them and make sure that this is something they're willing to do.
Right.
So now if we're going to say, no, we're not going to do that, we're creating another board, then that's fine. We create the other board. So, but I definitely, if we're thinking about, I think that's the next step, is if we're serious about thinking about giving it through the code enforcement board, is to approach them and see if this is something they want to tackle, or if they feel that they're already
Typically, Jose, you attend the code enforcement board.
I do.
Typically, how long does a regular meeting last?
Could be on average about 2 hours. Yeah.
So they're here from 7 to 9.
Yeah, that's about
And at
right.
9, they would have to
either end that
convene
meeting and
as
start a new one, or to meet another day.
If they were to hold this process with code enforcement board, yeah, they would have to convene that meeting and reopen. And essentially, it would be its own separate hearing.
Now they could, and I'm just asking if we were to run it by them and they said they would like to do that and say their first meeting, the code enforcement runs very late, they could vote to, we'll meet again tomorrow or later this week or next week, or no? Or it has to be the day that we've already, because I know some of our meetings in the past, my understanding is they've gone very long and we've just, continued the meeting on Tuesday, the following day. Is that possibility or?
Yes, I'm thinking about the technicalities within the notice provision. I'm serving notice and having people appear.
Okay.
So they would be entitled to that type of notice, and I know-
If they did continue it, again, I think in general, the public nuisance issues that would come before the board are of a more serious nature than the overgrown grass. Most of the time, it's going to be more serious. So I think they would take up the nuisance cases first. But if they were to defer it or continue the hearing, I don't think that it would be to like the next day. We would have to give some time frame so that there is notice.
But you're saying you could write it into the ordinance that it could be one way or the other, and is that what I'm hearing? That it can be, so that down the road, if we choose one and decide, this isn't working, we don't have to revise.
In other words,
the ordinance.
set it up initially that it be the code enforcement board serving in this role, and alternatively
that we would create its own board, and that would already be in here, and that would give us the wiggle room.
We could do that.
Down the road to.
Yeah, we can do that.
I know that that we have three situations in Miami Springs right now that are quasi-judicial, as Councilman Fahed put earlier. One is us. We are quasi-judicial by virtue if somebody can appeal from adjustment, appeal a decision by the Board of Adjustment, and it comes to us. The mayor has to change the meeting, kill the meeting and start a new meeting. This happens on occasion. With Board of Adjustment and zoning, I think also, relative to our experience here, it happens on occasion. In other words, you don't have zoning and planning meetings every time you have a Board of Adjustment meeting, a separate issue. Right. And I think in this particular capacity, it might fall into the same category. So, I'm just thinking out loud, but I mean, those are the three instances where these are high-level boards, and that's why adjustment has a separate member alternate, and code compliance also has a separate because of the amount of the volume of material that they deal with.
Mayor, I would argue that this is among the most pressing issues we have in the city, and I know that there's a lot of people that have pushed us to do something about this, and I think the nuisance abatement board is a wonderful first step. And I know that it strikes me that the police is probably looking forward to being able to help us do something about it other than just being reactionary and like the city manager was saying. And I know that there are a lot of residents that are very qualified that are lawyers and law enforcement. Even I know residents that are have served as magistrates. And I think that something as serious as this, I think that we should be able to tap into those residents that are concerned about this. That's a very important issue to be able to serve and kind of take the lead on this. I think that tacking it on to code compliance, I mean, even the city attorney was saying that they would probably even have to flip it around and do this first. I think that this is something that we should open up to residents and appoint people to really serve and focus on this and serve the city in this capacity.
To the chair. I agree with Walter. Okay, is there a motion?
So I think what I'm hearing is if you're approving this evening, if there's a motion to approve it on first reading, the direction would be for us to bring it back as is, just with the modification that the board, instead of being the code compliance board, be a separate board. And I'm assuming we would go with a 5-member board, with each of you having one appointment to the board. I don't know if you want, I know the county's ordinance has recommendations that some of the members of that board have a special expertise, like you were saying, lawyers, people in law enforcement, people who might have a special background that might help in this type of board. but it can also just be a resident who's just interested in protecting their community.
Sure.
So we can certainly draft that and bring that back like that for second reading.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to move forward.
Second.
Any discussion? Any further discussion?
Just to add through the chair that I am inclined to a separate board. I like the idea of qualifying, but it could be open as well to other. I just don't want to see people overwhelmed and
Okay. Should, well, I do have the discussion then. Should we have it that it's just a separate board, or should we leave that caveat that, or it may alternatively, is there a reason not to put that in there? Or I'm just thinking if things, we find one way or the other to not have to come back and rechange things,
Give yourself the wiggle room to change it if you want.
I don't think we have a lot of wiggle.
Is that
No, you do have the wiggle room. We can definitely we can set it up that way that basically the board
will be a separate board.
Is currently it says the code compliance board is designated as this public nuisance abatement board. We can add to that and say in the alternative, the city council may appoint a separate group of individuals, with each member appointing one.
Can we reverse it?
Yeah,
and
can we-
say
Yeah, we-
that
yeah.
we'll do, okay, so
Yes.
that the intent is to, I think we've all agreed that this is.
And that way you don't
know,
have to change the
and-
ordinance.
Right,
to-
but should, for
Right.
some reason, or COVID strikes or whatever, and they, or
Right.
God willing, we have
Please,
fewer,
no more COVID.
no, if God willing, we have fewer nuisances down the road.
That would be great.
And it's something that can be handled by the code enforcement.
Well, then maybe we can sunset it.
Yes. Yes.
The chair?
If we run out of nuisances, we could sunset that board.
that would be a good problem to have, Vice
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, and there are
I
no more further nuisance.
and frankly, that type of change, if we were to just, it's literally one sentence. So even if we didn't include it as an alternative and we just made it, the board will be comprised of these 5 individuals appointed by council, et cetera, and didn't have any reference to the code compliance board. If 6 months down the line, a year down the line, or 5 or 10 years, whatever it may be, council finds that you do want the code compliance board to do this, it's a simple ordinance change.
So we're going forward with the option.
That we
That's
appoint,
that's
that we
important to
appoint
me
a
on
new
this
board.
vote.
If there's no reason not to include that in there, I just think these kind of things, if
Yeah.
we take care of it now on this end, we don't have to worry about
Absolutely.
revisiting it down
Absolutely.
the road.
We'll draft it. Jose and I will have fun with this over the next couple of weeks in July.
Only the kind of stuff attorneys can say. We'll have
Right.
fun with this over the next couple of weeks.
We'll have a hoop.
We have to find a way to have fun somehow. So yeah, and so second reading would be on August
week in August.
14th. Okay,
And-
and if there's something that it would not be unheard of that a city council at second reading says, you know what, we want to make further changes, and you
Sure.
have a third reading.
Sure.
And that's okay. I think that our goal, Jose and mine, and the chief, and William, Tammy, and Erica, our goal was, let's get this on this agenda so that we can have this discussion, because I think when we've thought about the issues that affect the city most dearly, this is one of the
This is it.
solutions that we can
Absolutely.
provide to you.
I think this
So-
is, we've made a lot of progress. by
Absolutely.
Getting this.
And Mayor,
so.
do we need consensus to ask the chief to come up with the preliminary list?
That'll be, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So any more discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Fahet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item, I have to switch glasses.
11B.
Schedule of changes, recreation department.
11B, C, and D.
11B, Recreation Department Schedule of
This
Changes.
is a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending the Recreation Department schedule of charges, providing for authorization, providing for an effective date. The Recreation Department, and I don't know, you have
You should be
Omar.
on, yes.
Omar's on Zoom. You have attached the recreation fee schedule, which is Exhibit A in your packet. All we're doing here is we're including fees for the rental of the rooms at the Miami Springs Adult Community Center. And as you can see on the on pages 5 and 6, your report, you have the different rooms and you have the resident and non-resident rates. And then the other thing we're doing on this rate schedule, I believe, is on page 3. You'll see that the field house, which was the old senior center, those are being stricken from the rate chart, so we can add the new ones.
Yeah, hats off to Omar and staff for working on this. This is not an easy thing to put together. We've looked at this time after time up here, and this is a fine job that staff did on this. I'd like to make a motion we pass it.
Second.
Any discussion? Any further discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Behet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11C.
11C, this is a recommendation by Recreation Department that council approve an expenditure in an amount not to exceed $14,400 to American Awning Services, Inc., the lowest responsible quote after obtaining 3 written quotes, which are attached, to replace the 6 cabana covers at the pool pursuant to Section 3111C2 of the City Code. This project was supposed to be budgeted for next fiscal year, 21-22. However, due to the fact that the cabanas are an eyesore, and we have also lost some revenues due to patrons not renting our cabanas, we will recommend doing this project this fiscal year. We will be selecting a royal blue color that will match the large shade canopy that we currently have on the north side of the aquatic center, and also the umbrella by the beach area that have outlasted the white cabana material. This new fabric comes with a 5-year warranty. We'll keep the structure and only replace the fabric instead of spending the $80,000 to $100,000 for a total replacement of the structure and fabric. Funding will come from available general fund balance. And Omar is online in case you have any specific questions.
Mayor, I had a question for Omar.
Yes, go ahead.
Omar, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Hey, so
oh, there we go.
yeah, so I certainly agree it's an eyesore, and but I remember you mentioning to the council that apart from the fact, and I get that you're losing revenue because they've reached their end, but I know you had mentioned that your staff was considering maybe replacing that. Yeah, I think what you had mentioned is that part of the reason that it doesn't generate as much revenue in terms of people renting out the cabanas is that the configuration of it. I don't know if it's because of the furniture that you have under it, but that it kind of didn't really allow for a lot of room for people to rent it out and take advantage being under the cabana. So I thought that was the plan. When I saw, I mean, obviously I feel like, replacing it is a good thing because the way it is now is obviously an eyesore. But if you guys went back on replacing it to kind of address that issue that you felt like the way the cabana structure was set up didn't allow for a lot of like square footage or kind of area for, is there something that could be done with the furniture underneath, or what's the plan going forward, or what was the difference in price? Why the adjustment in plan?
Well, the adjustment was in reality a dollar situation. Right now, the condition they're currently in, we figure for about $14,000 to $15,000, which is what we're asking for. We could at least get away with the next couple years with them in a royal blue, where it won't be, basically where they look as terrible as they look. The other plan that we propose is roughly anywhere between $80,000 to about $100,000. And the way things are now with construction and everything's almost doubling in price, we're assuming that's going to probably be a little more expensive. So we were trying to get a quick fix so we could hold it together for the next couple of years until either, the market's better for a project that we propose initially, or that we have, better opportunity for funding in the next couple of years, and maybe we could plan better and get that project down the road. That project that we were proposing would give us a little bit more space. It'd be much nicer, in my opinion, as far as having a better canopy. It'll come out a little bit more than what we currently have. To be honest, I'd prefer to have that project, but I completely understand the position that we're in as a city and that, budget's very important. We're in budget season, and having that project would cost us roughly over $100,000 to be done correctly. So this would give us an opportunity to at least buy us a couple years until we can plan ahead and get that project done, hopefully in the future.
As you'll see when we start our budget season we are adding in the budget $100,000 for a new racquetball court. We're adding another $80,000 for painting the community center. We're adding probably about $25,000 for a new truck that Parks and Recs need. So that's about $200,000 in capital expenditures that we're going to have budgeted. So that's why we said maybe it's a good idea to get this now, wait a few years, and then when things get better, we'll replace it.
Perfect sense.
Is it, and not to micromanage, but just maybe you'll want to consider it, if rather than making a bigger awning to accommodate the seating that you have, is it an option to maybe play with the seating or remove something and add more space that way? But I definitely appreciate the fact that you're being fiscally responsible. So I appreciate that. I was just bringing that up because I know that's something that had come up, because it speaks to how much revenue you get from people actually renting them out.
Anyone else?
I don't know.
Oh, do we have a motion to accept
Not
this?
yet, sir.
All right.
Not yet, ma'am.
Is there a motion?
Motion to move the item.
Second.
All right. Anyone else have any questions for Omar?
Really quick, just before we move forward, I'm seeing. Hi, Omar.
Hello.
I'm seeing the estimate between American Awning and Miami Awning. The difference I couldn't calculate it here. Give me 1 second, because I'm looking at the warranty, and well, I guess it doesn't really make a difference because we have 5-year warranty. I guess if we see something wrong with the material within those 5 years, we can replace it. But I was just trying to look at nickel and diming if we can go with a 10-year warranty. But I removed my inquiry.
Okay. I do think, does anyone else have any discussion? Councilman Omar, I thank you for, I've looked at that canopy structure, and the canopy structure is fine. It's what's ugly is, the structure itself, it's the canopy itself, which is very unsightly. I really think it's, if we can get use out of it this summer for our residents to enjoy it, to provide shade, and and I think, is it possible to accommodate larger groups? Because I know what you said is that the current different gazebos don't accommodate larger groups, but is it possible to provide some sort of, what am I saying, like a screen that the canopy is between one canopy and the other, that the screen is like a shower curtain, that it can be rolled back so that someone could, if they wanted to rent a larger space, they could actually rent 2 canopies side by side and have that opening in between. Perhaps it's something that can be looked at by the company. But I think this is a good move for us. It's a substantial savings in for something that really, in reality, if it wasn't that the white canopy looks so ugly right now with the mold and mildew, we wouldn't be changing. We wouldn't be spending the money.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to move.
Anyone else? Okay, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Behet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Erica. Okay, the next one is the 11D.
11D, this is a recommendation by Public Works that council approve an expenditure in an amount not to exceed $21,042 to Guaranteed Fence Corporation, the lowest responsible quote after obtaining 3 quotes, which are attached, as funds will come from available general fund balance in the fiscal year 2021 budget pursuant to section 3111C2 of the city code. As discussion, council approved during the meeting of June 14, 2021, the installation of an 8-foot aluminum picket fencing on the following streets: Manola Drive, Mokina Drive, La Villa Drive, DeSoto Drive, and De Leon Drive, in order to address residents' concerns regarding crime and other activities along the Northwest 36th Street corridor. Council also requested that we obtain quotes for an 8-foot fence instead of the 6-foot fence originally proposed. The attached 3 quotes are all for 8-foot fencing.
Motion to approve.
Okay, second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Definitely.
All right, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Behet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
New business 11E, consideration of Board of Parks and Parkways recommendation for Yard of the Month awards.
I guess you'll see some of the dates date back to 2020. I believe from talking to Erica, that's the last time they met because of COVID. They could never get these three approved. So I guess what they're doing is that you'll see the April 20 will be July, next one will be August, and the next one will be September.
Right.
Correct.
Of
What did we
2021.
just have now? Was
We
it
had July.
Had one on the thing
Okay.
here this
Yes.
morning. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
That was for July.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to move 11E, Mayor.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
Call the vote, please. Vice Mayor Best.
Aye.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Behet.
Yes.
Councilman Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item 12, new under other business, discussion by Councilman Vasquez on board procedures and task.
Thank you, Mayor. At our last meeting, I volunteered to think about this, and then I saw that I was on the agenda, and so I had to think more quickly. Let me just preface this. There's a handout. I didn't have a one-page handout. Because a lot of the thought that went into some of the folks and some of the conversations we had 2 weeks ago and today kind of match up, or at least the points address those in the sense that, and I did not know about 2017, so I'm really enlightened to learn that there was this effort in 2017 to have a workshop. When I shared this with the city clerk, she also enlightened me about the council liaisons, so I didn't know that part of it, but it's sort of with the spirit of what I'm suggesting, kind of guidelines. I'm not even saying policy and procedure, but I am a policy and procedure guy. And in the spirit of uniformity and clarity with board members, I know we have a responsibility with appointing people and also being in touch with folks. But it seems to me that we need to formalize this process a little bit more and make it intentional that we've gone back. And of course, COVID aside, that's a whole major issue that has impacted a number of these boards and commission. And as you so eloquently pointed out, Madam Mayor, there are boards and commissions that are very active, and they do.
The majority are.
And the majority are. And so my point in trying to come up with some additional guidelines is really to keep us on track and keep them on track and formalize the exchange of ideas and once a year bring everyone together and say, hey, here's what the council is doing over this year. Tell us about what you guys are doing. How do these things connect with each other? I think it's important that people feel appreciated. I'm not saying they don't feel appreciated. I'm just saying that sometimes there's this separation between boards and the council. I too have noticed, as the esteemed colleague Heidi has mentioned, that we do have this item on the agenda with board reports. And this should really be an active conversation. It doesn't mean that every board has to be in every single meeting, but there should be this sort of give and take, and that we give them a guidance and also receive from them observations, as Councilman Best mentioned. He used the word surveil. I kind of like that word, but it's really their eyes and their ears about these processes. So anyway, having said that, my suggestion is that at least once a year we have this exchange with everyone. We review the city clerk provided us, and I've been working on identifying folks to fill the vacancies that I have to appoint, and I indicated to her tonight that I will be doing that very soon because that's my responsibility as a councilman. And you could bet that these 4 boards that I am the liaison with, I will be an active liaison starting tomorrow with them. But we should do this, once a year, bring folks together, review where things are on boards and vacancies and things of that nature. And to hear from the boards, to share with the boards and commissions, and to emphasize or reemphasize the need for the ongoing regular reporting from boards to the council. Again, they don't have to be at every meeting, but periodic reporting. And so while I had suggested, developing a conduit, but we do have that mechanism then of city council liaisons, then we should be reporting to council about, where the board or particular board is meeting, attending meetings if we can. I understand that there is particular care that we have to have when we attend a meeting like this because of the nature of the discussions and anything that could come up with for a vote. So, but our presence there, I think folks would appreciate that. And I think that we ought to ensure moving forward, and I would say in the fall, right? Because we got the summer, we have budget, but in the fall that we begin to regularize the process of getting timely reports from boards, and as importantly, providing boards with the kind of guidance and direction, as a number of people mentioned here tonight. And like you said, most boards meet, but I don't see that energy flowing constantly. And I think that, certainly we don't want to go a year or two without boards meeting, and we should be able to intervene more quickly. And if it's a question of reappointing people, I mean, we have a responsibility with the people that we appoint, but periodically to be able to say, hey, we need to shake something up, we shake it up and bring some other folks in. So that's the gist of my recommendations, suggestions, just more of anything, food for thought. We can think about it as a sort of put it in a guideline format, Madam Esquire, and see how that fits. But I wanted to just bring some things that we could munch on a little bit. I know it's kind of late, so maybe munch is not the right word because we'd rather munch on something else. But that's we've munched a lot on tonight. But anyway,
Any comments?
that's my spiel for tonight.
Councilman Vasquez?
Yes. By the way, Councilman, thank you for that's nicely laid out here. If you look on what the city clerk gave us tonight on these it says City of Miami Springs on the top, and it talks about when the boards meet and everything. If you scan down at all, and that's all the boards, I guess, with the exception of the one that we're considering, and less 3 now too. But Memorial shouldn't even be on there because it's only as required anyway. But there's only Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? We meet twice a month, right? First, second, and fourth Monday. Adjustment meets Monday. Code enforcement meets Tuesdays. And historic preservation meets on Wednesday. There's probably not going to be a lot out of historic preservation. There's probably not going to be a lot. Well, you can't say code enforcement. That here again, we're going back to the discussion with the attorneys earlier. You never know with that one. And then Board of Adjustment, of course, you're going to get. And again, Board of Adjustment and code enforcement, they're self-fed. They don't have to create stuff. The city feeds them stuff, so they're like automatic almost. They're taken care of. But the other boards have to be creative. So my thought would be relative to agenda item 7, which is correctly pointed out, is always skipped over. I don't think in years anybody's ever spoken on agenda item 7. That maybe going forward we can utilize that slot in our meeting without getting out of hand with it, and maybe put a couple things out for these boards that aren't self-fed. Maybe that's an option going forward. Based on all this discussion tonight and everything. So
and
I'll
even
leave
if it's
that,
only
I'll leave
one
it on the table for consideration.
at each different meeting. That's that's a good.
And I'd like to to piggyback on both what Councilman Vasquez and Vice Mayor Best said, I think Heidi had mentioned of requiring, and actually at that workshop in 2017, I think we talked about that, but again, it, you know, we didn't follow through. And I,
Well, we
and
need a-
by all means, I am not,
We need an
you know, I do
enforcement.
not find fault with the board members, the wonderful people that agreed. It's, you know, incumbent upon us to make these things work.
Sure. Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
what I think might be a good idea with this is what I think our county attorney had, our city attorney had mentioned is once a year having a board have, they can more than that, but at least once a year they make a report and we stagger the months. So say in February, the ecology board reports to us, and in March, the EAB board is due to report to us of every year. We already pick a month. We're in that. And so that they know that there's 2 meetings per month. So we should pick them.
Right, and then assign it to
So they
agenda
know
item
there's 2
7.
meetings and they can decide,
Perfect.
you know, during that month with whether the first and either. And I know Eileen Vega from the Educational Advisory Board did that of, you know, their own assumption a few years ago that she made a report to us and told us what the Educational Advisory Board was doing, and it would be very welcome to have that again. So at a minimum, if we can set up a schedule and perhaps Erica can make come up with recommendations, talk to the boards and see what month would work best for them. I'm guessing not in the summer because
Just for information, I know Myra, she's new to the clerk's office, and she wants to meet the boards as well. So
course.
she's coordinating with the boards to meet several in August and the education board in September. So that way, at least she can introduce herself and have everybody convene after a hiatus. So
Boy, Juan,
this would be
that's in the-
asking the board to pick a month that they would either for the first or, you know, second or fourth Monday of that month, make either their chairman or the whole board, however they want, leave it up to the board to make a report to us as to what they've been doing this year. And it gives us the opportunity to communicate with them, perhaps give them additional items that we would like them to look into.
Right.
yeah, as soon as I get those dates, I can
Okay.
share them with you. If there's anything that you would, want the boards to. discuss or-
Juan may have like a bandit on this. He's got one board.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yeah.
Another thing just to offer up for consideration, and I may get hurt by some of my colleagues up here, but another thing that some cities do, and I reserve my personal feelings about it, they do have some of these boards actually come during the budget process and present at that time, so that they hear what the city's goals are and then sort of work in their own goals so that they can help you achieve some of these projects. So
Yes,
it may be helpful to have them
During
even
the
if they're not presenting, because I think that I don't recall that any of our boards have ever made a budget request. I could totally be wrong, but
I
at
think
least that
Parks
they
has, right? Parks, I believe, has
Probably
something.
They usually go to the
Us
council.
and then right.
Right.
Okay.
okay. So, but maybe that they at least participate in those budget discussions so that they know what the city's working on and can sort of give you feedback on that.
And I
I
just,
say that at the
The
risk
last one-
of getting some of my
The last
colleagues
one,
very
Mayor,
upset.
was when Parks and Rec came to us during the budget workshop to ask for money for the Morningside.
Yes,
Yeah.
Remember the
exactly.
co-
That I know
right.
that they have occasionally, but that might be something if
Right.
we could include that in the budget workshop, maybe in one of them, to invite the boards. Well, they're invited to attend all of them because they're public, but to invite one, that one of them we set aside a little time if
like
they
what,
want to talk to us
what
about.
we're going to handle per meeting, the appropriate boards for that particular session, and then the next week
Okay.
do it
okay.
like that.
That
Yeah,
sounds
work?
better.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to say I think that's a great idea. I just wanted to make emphasis on one more thing, that we're asking folks not only to report on the work that they are doing, but to advise us, right? They are to advise us
Yes.
of the matters that are, education, ecology, and so forth. And one last thing, and I think that Haiti's correct, and I've worked with groups of volunteers for a very long time. Sometimes things that they want to do require a little bit of money. And so that has to be taken into consideration in the scheme of things and the budget and so forth. and so on. So,
I've got a quick question related to this. So the memo that we got, Erica, is the top box is people. I see. I guess I have one person that just recently expired, right? And then, but then I already have. I have Ms. Martinez Reguera on a code compliance, but I guess there's a second person.
Yes, with
but that
that
one's not
board-
appointed by me, right?
With
on
that
code
board,
compliance.
that requires
It
two
says down
seats.
here it has to be the mayor and
Mayor.
group one that has to
I've got
appoint
one.
someone.
I got to put somebody on that.
Okay, so then it should, because it's
rotated.
on my box.
Okay.
I want to make sure that
It
they know that.
rotates. Yeah,
Right.
rotate.
But I don't.
That's
Again,
on me,
I don't.
Walt.
I don't like having open ones, and I
I don't
just
either.
saw that
Yeah.
that Mr. Becerra expired recently.
Yeah.
But I knew that I had Ms. Martinez Reguera. I didn't know that Juan Corey has to be appointed by somebody else.
Yeah, my initial appointment, my one of five, as each of us have,
Right.
is Martine Jimenez, and she's the chair.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So I have one
then
more appointment.
It'll
That's on
be
me, not
it'll
Walt.
be on the mayor and on Councilman Best then to appoint.
To appoint, yes.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, we're aware of that.
And let's, something that I guess we should clarify for all of us. If we have something that we would like a board to look into, is that something, Heidi, that we can say, if I have something specific that I would like the board to look into, is that something that I can ask, contact my member on the board and ask them, I'd like you to discuss this as an agenda item to bring it up? Or is it something that we have to formally go to the board to ask them for? Or is it something that we have to vote on to direct to the
No.
board?
You don't vote on that. Yeah, you can go direct. Believe me.
I think there's a few ways to handle it.
Go through the clerk's office. I mean, there's a bunch of ways you can do it.
I think that if it's something that you want them to start looking into, certainly a suggestion to your council appointee is fine. And then there may be issues that the council really wants it to be like a council directive. And I think you just have to weigh that, each, I don't want to say each time, but
Either of those approaches
yeah,
are okay.
I
All
think
right.
so.
Good, good. So we're all on the same page.
As a reminder, it's not a sunshine issue. And for those members of the public who may be wondering, oh my gosh, how can my council member be speaking to this person on the board? You're not sitting on the same board,
Right.
so it's okay.
It's a sunshine issue for the board members,
Right.
For the board members to
On the
speak
same
on
board,
the same,
right.
sitting on the same
Yes.
board to,
but not
Yes.
speaking to us
Not for
since
us.
we're not on the
Correct.
board.
correct.
That's a
All
good
right.
point.
So let's see, with these recommendations that we made, at least the annual report and all, is that something, how do we get that information to the boards? Do we need to make a resolution on that? Do we need to just direct them? Can Erica just direct them and let them know that, and you start working on a schedule, contact the boards and find out with each board when what month they would like to present?
Yeah, we can
Uh,
do that.
It can be informally like that.
Staff can
Okay.
do it.
Yeah, we just
That-
go
we have a
uniform
consensus for that?
through the clerk's office. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, great.
Would be the correct procedure.
All right, anything more on that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so let's move right along to item 12B.
12B, yep.
Request by Councilwoman Bravo to discuss Crime Watch and management of the chief's report.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. It's so late.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman?
Hi, Chief Guzman. Thank you for coming and waiting.
No
I know
problem.
it's very late, so I'm going to try and keep it short and simple. And I have some questions, but I might just maybe get around to it in the next meeting.
Well, if
but
you
I-
allow me, I can go
Yeah.
over these things and that might answer your questions. But if not, I'm
No, no, I
available
want
to
you to
ask them.
present what you brought.
So to basically answer some of the concerns you had or brought up to Mr. Alonso, rather than tell you how we do things, I thought I would tell you what we do, and hopefully that will answer some of your questions. First and foremost, I'm a firm believer, and I always have been, that the best tool we have is our men and women on the street and our support staff, our dispatchers, our clerical people. They're the best tool, well trained, well equipped, and when they're responding to a burglary at someone's house, it's not their house they're going to. So with that said, I'm going to skip down first to the community policing office because you had asked about Crime Watch. Okay, Crime Watch is handled out of the community policing office. Officer George Capote, and Officer Janice Simon. Now, we have 8 registered groups in the city of Miami Springs. However, only 3 are active, and 2 of those 3 are very active. Those 3 are on the east side of the city. So Officer Simon and Officer Capote, they meet with them regularly. The other groups, not a lot of activity. We have had inquiries from other citizens and other neighborhoods about forming Crime Watch. It's strictly a volunteer. We give them the forms, the information will be readily available to meet with them. And once they start seeing, oh, I got to do this and I got to do that, we rarely hear from them back again. And for some reason, a lot of them are very hesitant to give us phone numbers and email addresses and things of that nature. But anyways, we do the best we can. So Officer Capote and Officer Simon, they meet regularly with the Miami-Dade County Crime Watch. There's an exchange of information and things that we can pass on to the community. They prepare and they distribute Crime Watch flyers. And another thing, and to be honest with you, I kick myself for not having started this sooner. I'm not a very big social media person, you know. So I barely get on the internet on my phone, but that's about it. But what we've been doing now for a few months is we've been highlighting some major cases, some major arrests, and we were putting it out through our social media. And we coordinate, when I say we, again, out of the community policing office, we coordinate that with the city's public information so they can put it out on their website too. For example, the latest one, or the one that comes off to the top of my head, the one I mentioned earlier, that we stopped the individual on the circle through the use of our automatic license plate reader. The individual wanted for bank robbery from the marshals out of South Carolina. The gun that we recovered at one of the hotels that was tied to a homicide in the city of Miami. So all that information, we're putting it out on social media. Another thing they're very successful and very good at is they teach DARE to the kids at the different schools. Unfortunately, there's been, how can I put this, sort of like a fiefdom type thing. With all due respect, the public schools police, we don't teach DARE at the public schools. That's the public schools police. But anyways, that's another story. Another thing that they do, and everybody, regardless of their assignment, whether it's a detective, community policing officer, a crime suppression team, our motorcycle officers, we all assist uniform patrol. So I've jumped out of my office and jumped in my car to go back up an officer when they're tied up on calls and another call pops up. Call the community policing officers. They'll come out of their office. They'll go handle calls. So that's what community policing does in a nutshell. Obviously, they do a lot more things, but those are the things that I highlighted. Let's go up to patrol. Now, those are our officers, our men and women that handle the routine calls or the emergency calls. Now, there's 2 ways we get the calls. A lot of our citizens know our direct line. They call us directly, 888-9711. The other way is they call 911. Now, 911 is great, but there is a slight delay because 911 does not come to us. It goes to Miami-Dade County. They receive that information. Their call taker takes that information, passes it on to a dispatcher. That dispatcher passes it on to our dispatcher. Then our dispatcher puts out the call. Okay. Our officers monitor 2 frequencies, our own internal frequency and what we call Midwest channel. That's where they dispatch calls for Miami Springs to us. But through Midwest, Virginia Gardens gets dispatched through there. The airport district gets dispatched through there. So they're monitoring. They know that call's coming. They just don't know if they're going to get that call. And 9 times out of 10, they're going anyways. So patrol, as I said, when they're not handling, they handle these calls, emergency and non-emergency. When they're not on a call, they're actively patrolling the city. They're aware of what's going on through various methods. One of the things we do is it's called the pass on. So the shift that's coming off now in about 30 minutes, they'll pass on information to the shift that's coming on at 11 o'clock tonight. What happened during their shift? Hey, there was a burglary here. We're looking for this car, or we're looking for this individual. And that information is coming from obviously their calls, but also information that's being passed on from the detectives. When they're not handling these calls, they're also actively enforcing our traffic laws. So it's not just our motorcycle officers that who do traffic. If I had a ticket book today, I could have written a couple of tickets on the circle because I almost got hit. But I normally don't carry a ticket book with me. And one of the things about enforcing traffic laws and what I pass on to the officers is target the areas where we have criminal activity, because the criminals are driving cars. Okay. So when you get stopped for a traffic infraction, it's a common routine process where when they get your driver's license, they're going to run that driver's license. First of all, they're going to see if you have any suspensions, if it's a valid driver's license, but at the same time, now they're checking to see if you're wanted for something. And we've been very successful at arresting wanted people through traffic laws, through traffic infractions. So that's patrol. Our traffic enforcement unit, our motorcycle officers, that's their bread and butter. That's what they do. But as I mentioned earlier, if we're short in the sense that our officers are tied up on a call and we need another unit to handle a call or another unit to back up an officer, we need to pull them from their traffic duties to handle those calls. So they normally conduct their traffic enforcement in our known areas, Curtis, Point Siena, westward, and so on. They also target specific areas, again, where we know there's criminal activity because of what I just mentioned before. They also do what's called STEP, Selective Traffic Enforcement Program. Again, we get complaints from a location. We send our motorcycle officers there for several days, during specific hours, and they address those complaints that we receive from the community. I also try to do, when staffing permits, at least twice a month, our motorcycle officers and officers from the various shifts, we bring them together to do nothing but traffic. Now, that's above and beyond what our normal patrol officer is doing for that day. And interestingly enough, year to date, from May of last year to May of this year, we've seen a 91% increase in traffic citations issued by our officers. Okay.
Is it speeding?
I'm sorry?
Speeding?
Everything. Speeding, running a red light, or running a stop sign, everything. Our crime suppression units. There are quasi-undercover plainclothes officers targeting criminal activity in areas that we know things are happening. We'll get a tip, maybe, hey, a neighbor sees something suspicious in a particular residence, a lot of in and out. So we'll set them up to do what they do and investigate. Predominantly narcotics investigations. They've been very successful at a lot of the hotels on 36th Street. They're the primary units that have taken a lot of guns off of 36th Street. Again, the one used in the homicide in the city of Miami, one tied to a home invasion robbery. They coordinate also with crime suppression units from other departments, and we'll work together on different things. They also coordinate with Homeland Security investigations. Excuse me. And again, they assist our detectives. They also process scenes, fingerprints and so on. And as I mentioned, with all the other units, they assist patrol. And then our general investigations, conduct follow-up investigations, our burglary investigations, our robbery investigations, our larceny investigations. They coordinate with detectives from other departments. They have regular meetings with the detectives from the airport, the general investigations from the airport, detectives from Doral, detectives from City of Miami, Medley, and so on and so forth. Because we have found that, if the IHOP is getting hit, the IHOP in the City of Miami is also getting hit. Or the cars are getting broken into in the hotels, cars in VG and Doral are also getting broken into. And good percentage of the times, it's the same individuals just going from location to location to location. And as since you were all at the dinner, you know that a lot of the big cases that we've worked, and Officer Jason Hall, Detective Jason Hall, getting the award, he's assigned to the Human Trafficking Task Force. We also
mentioned something earlier that people call in. Is that how the hours add up, or is it a certain amount of hours that you put into this? How does that program work?
Well, when I say step, we take a lot of the complaints that the citizens, hey, you know, they're speeding on Ludlam Drive, or we ourselves know that there are certain locations that we have a lot more traffic violations than, you know, the Ludlums, the Westwards, and so on and so on. So we set up the selective traffic enforcement program there. So it would be through the shift of that day, the hours that they spend addressing that.
Okay. Is there any way that you can, because that's obviously tied into traffic citations,
Correct.
to maybe set a minimum standard of hours so that we can maybe increase the, I'm looking at the revenue side of it, but also the safety
Mhm.
with the traffic citations? I don't know if that's something that works out, or it's just based on calls.
No, we do step enforcement on a weekly basis, different locations throughout the city. Again, that's different from the regular normal duties of selecting traffic and of conducting traffic enforcement.
Yeah, because I saw from January to May, there was like a big fluctuation of hours. Some were 90, some were 38. So I was wondering if that was.
A lot depends also, you know, the step is conducted by our motorcycle officers. So are they in training? Are they out sick? Have they taken some time off? So that might be the fluctuation there.
Okay. I think that's it for now. I don't have any other questions.
I have a question. The practice that I think a lot of residents appreciate, and it's part of like what you guys, you know, as opposed to like having the county, the services that you get by being a resident of Miami Springs, the practice of responding to emergencies, even if they're like health emergencies. A lot of times I've noticed that the police arrive before even fire rescue.
Yes.
You guys try to do that. Do you try to respond obviously to everything within reason? I mean, I think all roads always lead back to, are you tied up doing other things, which is why, you know, but like you guys try to respond to all health emergencies that get called in?
Well, what we did as a result of COVID, we limited that.
Right.
To avoid exposure. And we all know that one of the hotels on Lejeune Road, the Red Roof, was housing COVID patients.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of the medical calls there, we were not responding to.
Right.
And we leave that up now to the supervisor. He hears the medical call come through, and he will determine whether an officer is going to respond or not.
Gotcha.
Again, that also goes to the point of having the officer available to respond to other things.
Right.
Because,
Availability of the
when we
officers
get the
is
call
the big thing.
of, you know, a person having, and believe me, I've heard this call, a stomach ache.
Right.
That they're calling fire rescue.
No, I got you.
With all due respect, what's a police officer going to do there?
I got you.
You know, so the supervisor, no, let just rescue respond.
But I know personally of people that you guys have responded even before fire rescue,
yes.
and
Yes.
it's made a huge difference having you guys there. So I think it just underscores the point of like, even you guys are doing step, but if you need to pull any traffic patrol to back up on a call or to respond to a call, you have to do what you have to do. It's all about availability, which is why I keep beating the dead horse of, I think that,
well,
you know,
You remember, Councilman Fahed, a few months ago when we had that issue at the community center at the basketball court?
Yeah.
Yes.
Our police actually started CPR before the
Right.
rescue got
Yeah,
there.
response times are much better than fire.
Sorry?
Your response times are better than fire.
And on a national average, our response times are much better.
Much better.
Between 2.5 and 3 minutes,
Yep.
where national
Right.
average
Save
is
a
about
life.
8 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. And it's amazing because I listen to the radio in my office, and they dispatch a call, and a lot of times arrival. I mean, you just dispatch a call, arrival. I'm here.
Chief, what was that stat that you told me about 2 or 3 weeks ago? I forget. It really caught my attention. I've never forgot it. I've told several people. May 18th, you guys issued 92 citate or something. What was it dated at? I remember you telling me.
I don't remember off the top
Yeah,
of my
but it
head,
was
but it
one
might
day, it
have
was
been
like
one of those selective traffic
Yeah.
days that we
Yeah,
bring
exactly
in
what you were
people.
I
mentioning
think
before.
William shared that
Yeah.
with us a couple of days. Question,
Yes, sir.
Chief. Done lots of work with Crime Watch and other places, and I'm familiar with those patterns of people hitting this spot and that spot, and they find the sweet spots. And of course, all the calls that you're getting from the hotels. Are there particular hotels? I mean, aside from the Runway and those other Mala Muerte places, I'm talking about some of the big hotels that have become more problematic recently.
List next meeting.
I mean, no. Yes, that's why I want to get the list. But no, because my point is this:
Mention the names.
it as a city council, right? We've got this humongous problem here, right? Our police is overwhelmed. We don't have all the resources. We'd like to have more resources for them, and cooperation or relationship with the hotels. I know William and I had a conversation about one particular hotel, which is one of the hotels we're blocking off from on Manola, that there's been an increase of and a lack of responsibility or response from the hotels. I'm just trying to get a sense if it's just across the board, whether the hotel is on the Miami Springs side of 36, or if it's VG or something. It just seems to me like a policing issue has become more complicated with these folks.
It's public record. The last 7 guns we took off the street came from the parking lot of the Days Inn.
That was up where on my mind. The Days Inn. Yeah. Okay.
Through the chair, just one last question. For the parking citations, I know that we're kind of getting out of COVID, so there was a huge spike in parking citations, obviously. But what areas would you say that you give the most parking citations?
The east side.
The east side?
Point Siena, the Barron, in that general area
Because
around.
they have the most apartments, right? And
Correct.
they have people that, as Eastsider, will know the issue.
And then the nursing school there, it was quieted down
On
because
Westward?
no, the one
South Royal Point Siena.
Royal Point
South
Siena.
Royal Point Siena.
Yeah.
And Westward is not a high
Parking?
parking citation
Not
area?
really.
Or the surrounding businesses? No?
Not a big issue there.
Most of these parking tickets are parking in areas like, for example, if there's parallel parking only and that type of thing.
Or parking across the sidewalk, especially on
Like
the
in
west.
Reagan Park, or
Sorry?
the little park, I think it's
Reagan,
Reagan
yeah.
Park there, where there's
Reagan
there's
Drive, that's the other one I was thinking
right,
about.
where there's posted no parking.
Chief, since we're talking about parking, and there's an issue, I know William knows a resident who whose mother lives in Miami Springs, and every time the mother goes out for a walk, there's several. It happens consistently up and down her block that the cars are parked on the sidewalk, and it's very difficult for her mother to. Some of us can get around to the grass, but so they've called the police numerous times. The police comes and asks them to move the vehicles, and they do. But what is this something? I guess this isn't really something I could fall in the nuisance board because it's not a big
No.
crime. But how do we deal with something like this where it's consistent? In fact, she just reached out to me again today. I know William knows. It happens repeatedly, weekly. What can we do with that kind of parking issue where someone's blocking the sidewalk?
Cite them. Rather than
Police respond. When they respond, they ask them to move the vehicle, and if the person does move the vehicle, I guess that's the end of it. Is there a
if
way?
they don't move the vehicle,
Then you
we can
cite
write them a parking
But if they
citation.
do,
Uh-huh.
then we don't write a citation. So then it's just they repeat it again next time and wait.
And then we just keep writing them citations.
Well, I don't think they're getting a citation because they're
No,
moving the
but I'm
vehicle.
saying if we go back, and that's what we have, obviously during the day shift hours, we have our public service aides that they handle things like that so our officers can respond to other types of calls. And I've got one on day shift that's a pit bull, and he loves to write parking tickets. So I'll just
Okay,
send them
so
out there.
perhaps I know William knows who we're talking about.
sent
This is
you
a
her
consistent. Yes,
believe
if we
she lives
could
on
follow up
Swan.
on that.
Mm-hmm.
This was again this week, but it's,
Sweat bellow. Sweat bellow.
anyone else?
No,
Through-
I'm good.
Through the
thanks.
chair, maybe instead of going and telling them to move, maybe actually give them a written formal warning. and
We don't
then-
give warnings.
you don't
We
give
either
warnings on
give
that.
a verbal, please move the car, or you'll get a parking ticket.
Understood.
But
And one last tidbit of information. We have one officer who is in training. She graduated from the academy a couple months ago. She will be completing her field training. And once she's let go on her own, for the first time in a long time, we will be fully staffed until December when one of our detectives retires.
Dave.
And then,
Venti, right?
God willing, in October, once the new budget passes, I'll get a new body and we'll be at 46 instead of 45.
Hopefully more.
But you'll have to replace Fenty.
Hopefully more than
Right.
Right.
Right. Well, interesting. I don't know if I mentioned it at one of the meetings. What I did in preparation for that is I had a young man that had applied, and he had actually gone to the academy, had worked for Miami Beach for a short time, and then his family business, there was an illness in the family, so he had to leave the department to run the family business. He's from here, from the Springs, and he applied, and I didn't
Nice.
have a position. So what I said, you know what, I don't want to lose you. You're a good candidate. So I brought him in as a reserve officer, voluntary. He keeps his standards under the state of Florida. He works for us 2 days a month under the supervision of an officer. And I told him, if you're interested in doing this, the second I have my vacancy, I'll just transition you from a reserve officer to full-time officer. He goes, absolutely, I'll do it. So I've already got somebody in line for
Wonderful.
that vacancy.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chief.
You're welcome. I hope that answered your concerns,
Yes,
Ms. Bravo.
thank you. As of right now, if I have any questions, I'll talk to William and he can redirect. And
Absolutely.
thank you.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night,
Okay.
Armando. Take care, sir.
Good night. All right. Reports from our esteemed city attorney.
No report this evening.
Thank you again, you and Jose, for the work on that.
Thank
Ordinance, I
You
know.
have to give Jose a lot of credit. I don't know that you had put a face to the name, but Jose was the attorney who assisted on the runway case. Eric Hockman was the lead litigator, but Jose did help on that. But his main work was on the unsafe structures case that we took before the county recently. So
Nice.
Thank you.
credit goes to him on that.
Mayor, can we ask, the deadline passed on the airport diner? Did the city move on that?
We're already
court.
working on a contract with the demolition company
Great.
to, yeah.
Great. So they never did. So we took it over. Great.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Okay. City manager report.
Just one thing, as you know, Mayor Cava has requested that all cities do an inventory of their buildings that are 5 stories or higher. Fortunately, in the city, we only have 13, and 12 of them are hotels. And the only one that isn't is the nursing school over in 700 South Royal, Poinciana. And all of them have either done their 40-year certification already or are not due to have it done because they're fairly new buildings. In the oldest building we have out of the 13 is 1966, which is the Holiday Inn at 1111.
Treetop Lounge. Yeah. Right.
We have 66, then 67 is the Clarion on 36th Street. And then in 60, what was the other one? That's it. Those are the two. The Clarion and that
Holiday
one.
Inn.
Everything else is, we got some 2020, 18, 2011, 1974, the EB Hotel, believe it or not. That was built in 74. So,
How about the one on Fairway Drive, William? How about the one on Fairway Drive?
no, that's under 5 stories.
It's under, really? I thought
Yeah.
it was taller than
It's
that.
only 5 stories. In
Where the
height.
King's Court used to be and all that stuff. You know,
Travelodge?
no.
You mean Travelodge?
What's the name of it? I forget.
Comfort Inn? No. William, but we do have some buildings under, how many stories did Mayor Cava? leave?
5 stories and higher.
But we have some buildings under 5 stories that are also due for
We
their
have some. There are some small hotels that are 4 stories. Actually, it's only commercial property, not residential. We have a lot of 1-story commercial properties that are not covered by this. So we just did 5 with the county requested 5 and above.
Do we have any buildings that are due for their certification and haven't complied with it with the 40-year certification?
Under 5 or over 5?
General.
No, over
Commercial
5.
buildings?
Everybody's complied.
But under 5 also that are due for the 40-year and haven't complied with
We
them?
have quite a few under
Under
4 stories that are due.
Okay. And we're following up on those too.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Tammy?
Tammy's got some events here.
I just wanted to remind everybody that this week is Virtual Spirit Week up until the 4th of July. Today was Memory Lane, that everybody should have posted a picture of their favorite memory of any parades in past years. So if you haven't done that, go ahead and upload your picture. Then tomorrow is Tasty Springs, so you have to post your favorite recipes. June 30th is Patriotic Springs, so you should have to show us how you have celebrated in the past with your family, whether it be your family, your pet attire, or your yard decorations. On July 1st, it's a drive-through ice cream bomb pops at the rec center at 5 p.m. July 2nd is an art contest, prizes for the most patriotic and creative and best overall. And then just, of course, the parade on July 3rd at 10 a.m., the car show on that evening from 6 to 10. And then, of course, July 4th is the pool party at the Aquatic Center from 12 to 5, and then the fireworks at dusk.
And tomorrow?
Tomorrow we have the info
Informational
session.
session.
Very important.
Oh, yes.
All three projects, yes.
Yeah.
Because residents are going to say later they didn't know about any projects about, 3 projects that we've
Standing room only.
for years have, right?
It's in the paper,
Okay.
right?
So just, I want to remind all
Said you put that
council,
in the paper.
this
Yeah.
is your
I said, yeah.
time to be there. and explain
They
it to
can't say it wasn't, they didn't know.
Gazette.
It's in the Gazette,
Yep.
yeah. Absolutely.
Anything else?
Absolutely.
Do we need to, William, talking about the fireworks, is that something you wanted to discuss?
Well, no,
Solter,
I had
let's
brought up
just
to
let us know with that.
the mayor that the City Managers Association was passing around an email to all the cities wanting to know what they were planning to do with their 4th of July activities. Some cities
Because
they-
of the Surfside Tower.
Right, because of the
collapse.
Surfside Tower. Some cities neighboring Surfside have canceled them, but some cities are keeping them on. I know Miami Beach is keeping theirs on. They're just moving it from North Beach to South Beach. Hialeah is keeping their event that they're having at Mylander. Miami Lakes, I just heard today that they're keeping their events on. So, I just brought it up to the mayor in case.
There's some cities that are canceling, though, that advise that they were canceling. So
Right.
just, we should all be aware of that.
Gotcha.
September Pines canceled.
Yeah, I think so. So, but I guess there's no change from our part where the consensus is we'll continue. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. So let's do the city council, and we'll start with Councilwoman Bravo.
Nothing to report, just a nice productive meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
See you at the parade. Happy 4th, everybody.
Councilman Fahet.
Yep. So I just wanted to take a second to thank you to Councilman Vasquez for the recommendations. I thought that was it brought up a lot of things and it prompted some good discussion. And thank you also to Councilwoman Bravo, because you're bringing up a lot of great ideas as well, and I think it's great having you on the board. And thank you to Councilman Best, because you're genuinely committed to the things that you think are right. I think that's a great attribute and a good thing for the council. And thank you to the mayor for your steady leadership. So I just wanted to speak to last meeting. I had a bunch of residents that reached out to me about the pedestrian bridge, and then I saw some more people even came out today, and I advocated for and thankfully got, because there were some people that said that that they weren't aware of it for the information session, which is tomorrow. That I will be there for part of it, but unfortunately I know when we were picking dates. I think if I had said I couldn't do the 29th, I probably would have messed things up. So I went with it, so I'll be there for part of it. But I did learn from staff after the fact, and that's my fault. I'll take the mea culpa for that. I was told about some information that I think that was important in terms of where we are in the process of that, and although it was passed by a previous council, but we are pretty much down the road on that project, in that I think the county kind of stepped up and allowed helped us to get funding. And also, there's already, I think, grant money. My understanding that's already been spent in the process of getting that project up and running. And so, given that, I think that the best thing, it would obviously, I would never be in favor of doing anything that would kind of put the county commissioners or the people of the county that helped us, that stuck their neck out to get us this funding, to do anything to undermine the relationship by going back on something that had already been approved and that was already started. So given that, I think that it's important for residents to know that this is a project that has been approved, and I encourage everybody to come tomorrow and get more information on it. But people that were coming and speaking today, I think that everybody needs to know that this is a horse that's left the barn, as so to speak, the stable. In terms of whether you're for it or against it in principle, I think is academic at this point. It's a project that's moving forward, and I think the last person that spoke, I think, kind of had the right idea. I think that what we need to do is channel that energy into what we could do to make the best of it as it is coming. So I just wanted to make sure to get set the record straight on that I think it's a project that is coming and that we need to be on board and be thinking ahead to what we could do to make the best of it and make sure that everybody's informed, at least on that aspect of it. So thank you to everybody and happy 4th of July.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Vasquez.
Yes, my situation got a little complicated and I did not sign on to the FDOP Northwest 36
Corridor project.
corridor
Workshops,
project.
The public workshops.
And I don't know if any of you did and how did you feel about it, and what one way or the other. And I know they're going to have another one tomorrow.
No, that was it.
That was it? Okay, I thought there were two of them.
Last week.
So, any thoughts on that? Because I've been talking to folks about it, and a couple of people are like, oh. I'm like, are you crazy? No, but I think it's something. Did you get a feeling about it one way or the other?
Maybe we could put it on the agenda to discuss it. I don't know.
For the next time.
Well, we have. I think we've been updating everyone with the progress, and that was, and the main thing was the public information sessions last week, which were extremely important. We tried to get the information out to the community to attend. They kept talking. Virginia Gardens had all of their elected officials there at the Thursday meeting, and they, reiterated this was the 2 sessions were for public comment from elected officials and from the community. Right. I think we've gotten the information as much as we can across.
That was my 3rd time listening
it's
to
the Northwest 36th Street corridor. It is going to significantly impact Miami Springs. And if people are worried about, safe access to a pedestrian bridge, we're talking about the Northwest 36th Street corridor, which is something that should get.
And it's actually 2 projects going on
and
that they're
Iron
combining into
Triangle.
one. The one that worries me most is the Iron Triangle.
Which William and I are actually
The what? I'm
meeting,
sorry. The one.
Iron Triangle.
which is the Lejeune Northwest 36th Street.
Yes,
And
yes.
Extension from 112 into the median
112.
on 36.
Westbound
and
112
William
would
and
go
I are
straight
actually meeting with FDOT on that project in July 13th
July
or
13th,
14th or something. We
14th.
requested another meeting with them regarding that, because that one's already moved along much faster than even the Northwest 36th Street corridor. But last week was really important for them to get that input from. I know Councilman Fahet was on the virtual meeting on Tuesday. I was at both.
And Councilwoman Bravo was on Thursday.
Was on Thursday, and for them to get that input, that how much that I think in reality, and I could just be wrong on this, I do think that the amount of input that they've gotten from our area and from Virginia Gardens on this will impact their decision. They may still do a lot of other improvements in the corridor east of Lejeune and possibly from 836 to
826 to Milam Dairy.
826 to Milam Dairy, excuse
Right.
me, 826 to Milam Dairy. I think that they're going
I
to
think, yeah.
consider the
They've
input
been
from
they've
the-
been honest that and they've been transparent. I mean, they've
Yes.
given us a
Yes.
lot of information.
And they have consistently said,
They're
you
saying
know,
they're saying all we're doing is a study. We're going to make a recommendation, I believe, in November. That recommendation goes to the state, and at that point, if their recommendation is to do it, then at that point, our next step is to get Representative Avila and Senator Diaz involved at the state level, because it's going to
Yeah.
affect Representative Avila.
Yeah.
He lives here.
We run it for the county.
but there's no
commission,
doubt about it that they, even though they call it improvements to Northwest 36th Street and to improve traffic flow, it's to improve traffic flow so that more freight
To the
can
port.
travel
Yeah.
through and for, east and
That's what
west
it's all
on there. And particularly from 826 to the 112 Expressway, it's to improve traffic flow with that goal.
That's
But
it for
we'll
me.
keep you posted with the Iron Triangle information, because even though the public meetings on that supposedly are over, I think we'll find out after our meeting with them how much more
Right.
information and ask them to come to the city and make a presentation. Did
Appreciate
you have
that.
anything else,
No.
Councilman Vasquez? Okay, I had a few things while we were having the meeting, just some things that I wanted to mention against our condolences and to Surfside. I know I've been in contact with the mayor and with all the council members and told them that we are available now and in the future. Anything they need from our city, we will provide all the resources we can to them. The special projects, the special session tomorrow on our projects again is, an information session so that residents know these are 3 projects that we've done a lot of legwork for numerous years to get that funding. And we voted on them before we pursued the funding, because we need to do that before we pursue the funding. And then once we get that agreement through the council, then we start pursuing funding, which can take years. So, we're at the point, like you said, with the pedestrian bridge, that takes a lot of work. And definitely, we're either serious when we pursue funding with these agencies or we're not. It's not kind of like, oh, now that you have it for us, we're changing our minds on it. So this is the chance for, I hope the residents that were here tonight, that they will attend the sessions tomorrow and find out about these 3 very important projects that will be improvements to our city. And the budget workshops that we start in August, I wanted to remind all the residents who's ever still listening that in August we have our budget workshops. Those are really important meetings. We meet every single Monday in August because we either have a council meeting or we start looking at, ways to meet the needs of our city and still keep the costs down as much as we can. So I encourage all residents to come to the workshops, to participate, to give us their input on that. And one other thing, sorry. To encourage everyone in Miami Springs, whether you're an adult, but particularly if you have children, please make sure that your child knows how to swim. There's no reason for any child to be growing up in Miami Springs and not know how to swim with the excellent aquatic center that we have here in the Springs and the lessons. There are lessons. If someone has problems paying for a lesson, please reach out to one of the council members and we will figure out a way to, get your child lessons that they need. And with that, I just want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July. We'll see you guys.
Millage meeting.
Oh,
You better know it.
the millage meeting is the
July
22nd. And that'll be a quick meeting. I think
5:01
Councilwoman Bravo and I
PM.
will be attending virtually.
Virtually.
Be here.
Okay, good.
Okay. But we'll have, no, absolutely.
That's it.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I know it was a long meeting and have a good 4th of July. We'll probably see y'all at the parade, right?
We'll be here.
I'll be out of town. I'm going to miss everything.
Yeah, this time. Yeah.
Tammy, the car show's on Friday night.
Oh, this meeting is
There you
adjourned.
go.
On Saturday.
Did I make you jump?
On the
Mayor
circle?
Bain used to always make me jump because he
On
do
the
it so
circle?
loud.
I
This
know.
is right here.
Slam it.
No.
You made me jump when you didn't do
What was going on Friday night? Is something going on Friday night?
No.
Car show?
The car shows.
Yes.
I rarely come, but I can.
Car show Saturday.
Yeah.
Over here?